Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. The sea stretched endless and wild, a churning expanse of blue and gray beneath a sky heavy with storm clouds. Waves crashed against each other, their crests frothing white, as if the ocean itself were alive, restless, and hungry. The wind howled, a primal song that whipped the water into a frenzy, carrying the scent of salt and something deeper, something ancient, something divine. This was no ordinary day on the shores of the world. This was a day of creation, a moment when the heavens and the earth would collide to birth a legend. Far above, the gods watched in silence, their golden halls on Olympus trembling with the echoes of a cosmic struggle. It had begun with Kronos, the titan of time, whose ambition rivaled the stars. With a sickle forged from shadow, he'd struck down Uranus, the sky god, severing him from his dominion. Blood rained from the wound, dark and shimmering, plummeting into the sea below. Where it touched, the water hissed and bubbled, the foam rising thick and luminous, a cradle woven from the chaos of the divine. And from that foam, she emerged, Aphrodite. She rose slowly, gracefully, as if the sea itself couldn't bear to let her go. Her form was perfection, a vision no mortal eye could fully grasp. Her skin glowed like polished pearl, kissed by the sun's first light. Her curves soft yet commanding. Golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, spilling down her back in waves that shimmered with every hue of the dawn, amber, rose, and honey entwined. Her eyes, a deep and endless blue, sparkled with mischief and promise, reflecting the ocean that had birthed her. She stepped onto the shore, barefoot on the wet sand, and the waves stilled, bowing to her presence. The wind softened to a caress, threading through her hair, as if it too were enchanted. Aphrodite tilted her head, taking in the world with a smile that was both innocent and knowing. She stretched her arms, her laughter ringing out, a sound like bells dancing on the breeze, light yet laced with power. The sea creatures stirred, dolphins leaping in her honor, shells glinting brighter, as if polished by her gaze. She was beauty incarnate, a force that bent nature to her will, without effort, without thought. But beneath that beauty lay something else, a spark of whimsy, a hint of danger, a goddess who knew her allure and reveled in it. On Olympus, the gods felt her arrival before they saw her. A ripple passed through their ranks, a shiver of awe and unease. Poseidon, lord of the seas, leaned forward on his trident, his stormy eyes narrowing as he watched her emerge from his domain. She's mine, he murmured, half to himself, his voice a rumble of waves. But Athena, wise and stern, shook her head, her owl fluttering uneasily on her shoulder. She's no one's, she countered. Beauty like that answers to itself. Zeus, king of the gods, stood at the edge of his throne, his lightning-scarred hands gripping the armrests. He'd seen many wonders, storms he'd conjured, mountains he'd raised. But this was different. Aphrodite's presence was a challenge, a wild card in the ordered chaos of his rule. Her beauty wasn't just a gift, it was a weapon, one that could sway hearts and topple empires. He felt it in his bones, a flicker of dread beneath his pride. She'll need watching, he said, his voice low, commanding the council's attention. Aphrodite, unaware or unconcerned with their scrutiny, danced along the shore, her bare feet leaving no mark on the sand. She twirled, her hair fanning out like a golden flame, and the sea responded, waves lapping at her ankles, offering pearls and coral as tributes. A young god, Triton, son of Poseidon, emerged from the depths, his trident gleaming, his scales catching the light. He was handsome, fierce, a prince of the ocean, and his eyes locked onto her with a hunger she recognized instantly. Who are you? He called, his voice echoing over the water, bold yet trembling with awe. She paused, turning to him, her smile widening into something playful, almost teasing. I'm Aphrodite, she replied, her tone as sweet as nectar, as sharp as a hidden blade. And you're enchanted, aren't you? Triton swam closer, his tail slicing through the waves, his confidence faltering under her gaze. I've never seen anything like you, he admitted, offering a crown of seaweed studded with shells. She took it, her fingers brushing his, and he froze, his breath catching, as if she'd stolen it. She placed the crown on her head, tilting it just so, then laughed, a sound that wrapped around him like a net. You're sweet, she said, stepping closer, her eyes glinting with mischief. But I don't stay still for long. Before he could respond, she spun away, leaving him adrift in the surf, his gift forgotten as she danced toward the cliffs. Triton called after her, his voice lost to the wind, but she didn't look back. She'd captivated him in a heartbeat and released him just as quickly, her attention already shifting to the next delight. It was her nature, charming, fleeting, a flame that warmed until it burned. The gods on Olympus convened, their voices rising in debate. Hera, queen of the heavens, folded her arms, her peacock feathers rustling with irritation. She's trouble, she declared, her tone clipped. Beauty without purpose breeds chaos. Athena nodded, her gray eyes sharp. She'll sway the weak and provoke the strong. We must bind her. Zeus rubbed his beard, his mind churning. He saw the truth in their words. Aphrodite was a wildfire, uncontainable, unless tethered. But how? She was no warrior to be disciplined, no craftsman to be tasked. Her power lay in her presence, her ability to ignite desire with a glance. She needs a match, he mused, his gaze settling on Hephaestus, the smith god, hunched over his forge in the corner. Hephaestus was an anomaly among the gods, broad-shouldered and strong, but marred by a twisted leg and a face scarred from flame. His hands, rough and blackened, shaped metal with a skill unmatched. But he was no beauty, no rival to the radiant newcomer. Zeus smiled, a plan forming. Hephaestus, he called, his voice booming. You'll take her as your wife. The smith god looked up, his hammer pausing mid-strike, confusion etching his soot-streaked face. Me? He rasped, his voice hoarse from the forge's heat. The other gods murmured, some laughing, others frowning. Hera's eyes narrowed, sensing the strategy. Bind Aphrodite to the least alluring of them. Dampen her spark with duty. Aphrodite appeared then, summoned by Zeus's will, stepping into the hall like a sunrise breaking through storm clouds. The air shifted, every eye drawn to her, every breath held. She tilted her head, assessing the gathering, her smile unwavering, but her eyes flickering with something sharper. Curiosity, perhaps defiance. A husband? She said, her voice lilting, as if testing the word. She glanced at Hephaestus, taking in his hunched form, his rough hands, the embers clinging to his tunic. Zeus nodded, firm. Hephaestus will temper you. You'll be his, and he yours, a union to balance the heavens. She stepped closer to the smith, her movements fluid, deliberate. Hephaestus stiffened, his hammer slipping from his grip, clattering to the stone floor. She reached out, brushing a finger along his arm, leaving a trail of warmth that made him flinch. You're strong, she said, her tone teasing. But can you keep up with me? The hall tensed, waiting for her refusal, her rebellion. But she surprised them. She laughed, light and carefree, and shrugged. Fine, I'll play along. The gods exhaled, relieved, but Hera's frown deepened. She saw the glint in Aphrodite's eyes, the promise of mischief unbound by vows. Hephaestus, flustered but hopeful, offered a shy nod, his hands twitching, as if to craft something worthy of her. Aphrodite turned away, her smile widening, already plotting beyond the chains they thought they'd forged. She left the hall, her laughter trailing behind, and descended to the shore once more. The sea welcomed her, waves curling around her feet, the foam rising anew as if to claim her back. She stood there, gazing at the horizon, her beauty a beacon that drew the world's attention. Gods, mortals, the very elements themselves. She was Aphrodite, born of chaos, shaped by desire, a goddess who'd bend fate to her whims. Above, Zeus watched, his triumph tempered by unease. He'd bound her, yes, but not tamed her. That spark in her eyes promised storms yet to come, love that would ignite, passions that would clash, and a beauty that would one day shake the foundations of cities. The sea whispered her name, the wind carried her laughter, and the gods braced for the chaos she'd unleash. The halls of Olympus shimmered with an ethereal glow, their marble walls polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the golden light that spilled from torches held aloft by unseen hands. The air thrummed with divine energy, a hum that vibrated through the stone, as the gods gathered in their grand council chamber. Thrones of jade, obsidian, and ivory lined the circular hall, each a testament to the power of its occupant. Zeus sat at the head, his presence a storm barely contained, lightning flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the assembly. Hera, regal and poised, perched beside him, her peacock feathers fanning out like a crown. Athena stood nearby, her armor gleaming, her owl perched watchfully on her shoulder. And in the shadows, Hephaestus hammered at a glowing ingot, the clang of metal, a quiet rhythm beneath the gods' voices. The mood was tense, the air thick with unspoken rivalries. They'd come to discuss the mortal realm, crops failing in Thebes, a storm ravaging Crete. But the gathering had taken a sharp turn. At the center of the hall, a single object gleamed, a golden apple, small but radiant, its surface etched with delicate script that read, "To the fairest." It hadn't been there moments ago, yet now it commanded every gaze. A spark ready to ignite a blaze, a ripple of laughter cut through the silence, harsh, mocking, unmistakably divine. Eris, goddess of discord, stepped from the shadows, her black hair writhing like snakes, her eyes glinting with malice. A gift, she said, her voice a hiss of delight, for the loveliest among you. Choose wisely. With a flick of her wrist, she vanished, leaving the apple rolling across the floor, its shine a taunt no god could ignore. Hera reached for it first, her fingers brushing its surface. It's mine, she declared, her tone brooking no argument. As queen, beauty is my right. Her eyes flashed, daring anyone to challenge her claim. Athena stepped forward, her voice cool and measured. Beauty without wisdom is hollow, she countered, her hand hovering over the apple. It belongs to me. The hall murmured, gods shifting uneasily as the two locked stares. Their rivalry, an old wound freshly torn. Then came the laughter, light, musical, a sound that turned every head. Aphrodite entered, her presence a sunrise, breaking through the gloom. Her golden hair flowed like liquid light, her gown of sea-green silk clinging to her form, shimmering with every step. She moved with a grace that seemed effortless, yet every sway of her hips, every tilt of her head was calculated, a dance of allure that silenced the room. Hephaestus's hammer stilled, his scarred face flushing as he watched her, his wife, yet a stranger he could never fully claim. The apple's mine, Aphrodite said, her voice soft but firm, laced with a playful edge. She stopped beside it, bending slightly to let her fingers graze its surface, her smile dazzling. Beauty isn't power or wisdom. It's this. She gestured to herself, a flourish that drew gasps from lesser gods like Hermes, who leaned forward, entranced. Hera's lips thinned, her feathers bristling. You're a child playing at divinity, she snapped. This is no game for you. Athena's gray eyes narrowed, her tone cutting. You offer nothing but vanity. Step aside. Aphrodite straightened, her smile unwavering, but her eyes glinting with something sharper. Defiance. Perhaps amusement. Vanity, she echoed, stepping closer to Hera. I see mortals kneel for me, not your crown. She turned to Athena, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper. And wisdom doesn't turn heads, darling. I do. The hall tensed, the air crackling as the three goddesses faced off, the apple a golden ember between them. Zeus raised a hand, his voice booming. Enough. The chamber shook, dust drifting from the ceiling. I won't settle this. Your bickering tires me. He scanned the room, his gaze settling on a solution. A mortal, a pawn to shift the burden. Paris of Troy will judge. A prince, young and untainted by our quarrels. Let him decide. The gods murmured, some nodding, others frowning, but none dared protest. Aphrodite's smile widened, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. A mortal judge. Perfect. Mortals were clay in her hands, molded by desire, swayed by beauty. Hera and Athena exchanged a glance, their anger simmering, but restrained. They'd play this game, but they'd play to win. The scene shifted to a windswept hill outside Troy, where Paris stood, shepherd's staff in hand, his dark hair tousled by the breeze. He was young, handsome, his eyes bright with a dreamer's curiosity, unaware of the divine storm about to descend. The sky shimmered, and the three goddesses appeared, their forms softened for mortal eyes, but no less striking. Hera arrived first, her regal bearing commanding respect, a crown of light atop her head. Athena followed, her armor polished to a silver sheen, her spear gleaming with purpose. Then came Aphrodite, stepping from a swirl of mist, her gown fluttering like waves, her smile a promise that stopped Paris's breath. "We seek your judgment," Hera said, her voice smooth but edged with authority. She lifted the apple, its glow catching the sun. "This belongs to the fairest? Choose." Paris blinked, his staff slipping slightly as he took them in. "Me?" he stammered, his voice cracking with nerves. "I'm just... The choice is yours," Athena interrupted, her tone crisp. "Choose wisely, and I'll grant you wisdom beyond kings, victories no army can steal." She stood tall, her owl circling above, a symbol of her offer's weight. Hera stepped closer, her eyes locking onto his. "Choose me, and power will be yours. Rule over lands stretching beyond the sea, a throne no man can challenge." Her words carried the weight of empires, a vision of glory that made Paris's pulse quicken. Aphrodite said nothing at first, letting their promises hang in the air. She moved toward him, her steps light, her scent like roses and salt water, wrapping around him. She stopped close, too close, her blue eyes peering into his, her lips curving into a smile that felt like a secret shared just between them. "Paris," she purred, her voice a melody that drowned out the wind. "They offer you things, cold, distant things. I offer you her." She waved a hand, and an image flickered in the air. Helen of Sparta, her beauty a flame that seared Paris's mind. Hair like midnight, eyes like dawn, a face that could launch 1,000 dreams. "The most beautiful woman in the world," Aphrodite continued, leaning in, her breath warm against his ear. "Yours, if you choose me." Paris swallowed, his mouth dry, his heart hammering. Hera's power, Athena's wisdom, they paled against this. Helen. He could see her, feel her, a longing he hadn't known he possessed, surging to life. Aphrodite's smile deepened, knowing she'd struck the chord no mortal could resist. She stepped back, her gaze never leaving his, her confidence unshakable. "I..." Paris hesitated, glancing at Hera and Athena. Their faces hardened, their offers suddenly hollow. He turned back to Aphrodite, the apple trembling in his hand as he held it out. "You," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "It's yours." Aphrodite took it, her fingers brushing his, sending a shiver through him. "Good choice," she said, her tone playful, victorious. She twirled the apple, its glow reflecting in her eyes, and laughed, a sound that echoed over the hill, light but laced with triumph. Hera's face darkened, her feathers quivering with rage. "You'll regret this," she hissed, her voice a promise of vengeance. Athena's jaw tightened, her spear glinting as she turned away. "Fool," she muttered, her words aimed at Paris, but cutting toward Aphrodite. "You've sown your ruin." Aphrodite shrugged, unperturbed, tossing the apple lightly in her hand. "They're jealous," she said to Paris, her tone conspiratorial, as if they shared a private jest. "Don't mind them." She stepped back, her form shimmering as she prepared to return to Olympus, leaving him dazed on the hill. The sky darkened as Hera and Athena vanished, their anger a storm brewing on the horizon. Paris stood alone, the weight of his choice settling like a stone in his chest. He'd chosen beauty, love, a dream, but he couldn't see the threads Aphrodite had spun, threads that would pull tight around Troy, strangling it with war. On Olympus, Aphrodite lounged on a throne of silk and shells, the apple resting in her lap. Hephaestus watched her from his forge, his hammer still. his eyes tracing her form with a longing she ignored. She caught his stare and winked, a tease without warmth, then turned her gaze to the mortal world below. Paris would claim Helen soon, her gift to him, her victory over the others. She didn't care what came next. War, blood, ruin. She'd won, and that was enough. The winds of fate shifted, carrying whispers of conflict to come. Aphrodite smiled, oblivious or indifferent, her beauty a spark, ready to set the world ablaze. The city of Sparta gleamed under a twilight sky, its white stone walls bathed in the soft hues of the dusk. Torches flickered along the streets, casting golden light on the bustling markets and marble palaces that rose like sentinels above the sea. At the heart of it all stood the royal palace, its columns draped with ivy, its halls echoing with the clink of goblets and the murmur of noble voices. Here, Helen reigned, not as queen in title, for that was Menelaus's claim, but as a vision whose beauty outshone every jewel in his treasury. Her midnight hair flowed like silk, her eyes held the quiet fire of dawn, and her presence turned heads wherever she walked. She was the pride of Sparta, the wife of its king, a treasure guarded by walls and warriors. Yet tonight, the air carried a different scent, roses and salt water, a whisper of something wild and untamed. Helen stood on her balcony, gazing at the horizon, her fingers tracing the edge of a golden cup. She was restless, a feeling she couldn't name tugging at her heart. Menelaus was away, his ships cutting through the waves to Crete, leaving her alone with her thoughts. The palace felt too still, too heavy, and she sighed, unaware of the divine eyes watching from above. On Olympus, Aphrodite lounged on a chaise of sea-green silk, the golden apple resting beside her, its glow a quiet boast of her triumph. She twirled a strand of her golden hair, her blue eyes glinting with mischief as she peered down at Sparta. Paris's choice had delighted her. Hera and Athena could fume all they liked. She'd won, and now it was time to deliver her prize. She stretched, her gown shimmering like waves, and smiled, a smile that promised chaos wrapped in sweetness. "Let's give him what he wants," she murmured, her voice a melody that drifted into the ether. She rose, her form dissolving into mist, and descended to the mortal realm, a breeze carrying her laughter. She appeared on a cliff overlooking the sea, her bare feet brushing the grass, her presence stirring the night. Below, a ship approached Sparta's shores. Paris's ship, its sails taut, its prow cutting through the dark water. He stood at the helm, his dark hair tousled by the wind, his eyes fixed on the city ahead. He'd dreamed of Helen since Aphrodite's vision, her face haunting him, a longing he couldn't shake. Aphrodite watched him, her smile widening. "Poor boy," she said, her tone teasing. "You don't even know what's coming." She waved a hand, and a shimmer of golden light flowed from her fingers, spiraling down to the palace. It slipped through the balcony doors, curling around Helen like a warm embrace. Her breath caught, her cup slipping from her grasp to clatter on the stone. She clutched her chest, a sudden heat blooming within her, a pull, a need, a desire she couldn't explain. Her eyes darted to the sea, and there in the distance, she saw the ship, its sails catching the moonlight. She didn't know why, but her heart raced, her feet itching to move. Aphrodite appeared beside her then, invisible to mortal eyes, her laughter soft and delighted. "Feel it," she whispered, her voice weaving into Helen's thoughts. He's yours, and you're his. She snapped her fingers, and the spell deepened, binding Helen's heart to Paris's with threads of enchantment no mortal could resist. Helen stepped back, dizzy, her hands trembling, but the pull was too strong. She turned from the balcony, her gown trailing behind her, and descended to the shore, drawn by a force she couldn't name. Paris disembarked, his boots sinking into the sand, his retinue of Trojan guards trailing behind. He'd come under the guise of diplomacy, a prince seeking trade, an emissary of Troy, but his true purpose burned in his chest. He scanned the beach, the city's lights flickering like stars, and then he saw her. Helen emerged from the shadows, her figure framed by the waves, her beauty stealing the air from his lungs. She moved toward him, hesitant, yet compelled, her eyes locking onto his with an intensity that mirrored his own. Aphrodite hovered above, her form shimmering in the moonlight, her laughter bubbling like a stream. "Perfect," she said, clapping her hands. She flitted between them, unseen, her presence a spark that ignited the air. Paris stepped forward, his voice low, reverent. "You're Helen," he said, as if no other words mattered. She nodded, her lips parting, a flush creeping up her cheeks. "And you're Paris," she replied, her voice soft, uncertain, yet certain all at once. They stood there, the waves lapping at their feet, the world narrowing to just the two of them. Aphrodite circled, her fingers trailing golden light, weaving their fates tighter. "Kiss her," she whispered to Paris, her tone playful, commanding. He obeyed, leaning in, his hand brushing Helen's cheek as their lips met. The kiss was electric, fire that consumed them both, sealing the spell. Helen melted into him, her doubts dissolving, her heart surrendering to the love Aphrodite had planted. The goddess stepped back, her work done, her smile triumphant. "Beautiful," she said, her voice a sigh of satisfaction. She didn't linger to see the consequences, didn't care that Menelaus's guards watched from the cliffs, their shouts rising as they realized their queen was gone. She vanished, returning to Olympus, leaving Paris and Helen to steal away under the cover of night. They fled to the ship, Paris's arm around her hair streaming behind like a dark banner. The guards gave chase, their cries swallowed by the wind. But the Trojans were swift, their oars cutting through the water as they sailed for Troy. Helen clung to Paris, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration, her old life slipping away like sand through her fingers. He held her close, his voice a murmur against her ear. "You're mine now," he said, and she nodded, believing it, lost in the enchantment. On Olympus, Aphrodite lounged once more, her chaise cradling her as she watched the ship fade into the horizon. Hephaestus approached, his steps heavy, his forge-darkened hands clasped behind him. "What have you done?" he asked, his voice rough, tinged with worry. She glanced at him, her smile lazy, unconcerned. "Given a boy his dream," she replied, twirling the apple. "And proved I'm the fairest. Isn't it lovely?" He frowned, his eyes tracing the mortal world below. "Menelaus won't let this go. There'll be war." She shrugged, her laughter light. "Let them fight. Love's worth it, don't you think?" Hephaestus said nothing, his silence a weight she ignored. She leaned back, her gaze drifting to the stars, content in her victory. But the ripples were spreading. In Sparta, Menelaus returned to an empty palace, his roar of rage shaking the halls. His guards knelt, trembling, recounting Helen's flight with the Trojan prince. His face darkened, his hands clenching into fists as he summoned his brother, Agamemnon, and the kings of Greece. She's mine, he growled, his voice a vow. I'll burn Troy to the ground to get her back. The winds carried his words to Olympus, where Hera and Athena listened, their anger flaring anew. She's gone too far, Hera said, her feathers quivering with wrath. Athena nodded, her spear glinting. She'll pay for this, and Paris with her. They turned their gaze to the mortal realm, their plans taking shape, their vengeance a storm gathering strength. Aphrodite, oblivious or indifferent, danced through her chambers, her gown swirling around her. She hummed a tune, her fingers brushing a mirror that reflected her flawless face. The apple sat on a pedestal, a trophy of her triumph, its glow a quiet taunt to her rivals. She'd kept her promise. Paris had Helen, and her beauty reigned supreme. What did it matter if swords clashed, if blood spilled? Love was her domain, and she'd wielded it like a blade. The sea beyond Troy churned, the ship nearing its harbor, Paris and Helen stepping onto the shore, hand in hand. The city welcomed them, its people cheering their prince, unaware of the shadow creeping closer. Aphrodite watched from above, her laughter echoing over the waves, a sound that carried both delight and doom. The threads of fate tightened, the mortal world tilting toward chaos. Sparta's king sharpened his blades, Greece's armies rallied, and Troy stood proud, blind to the fire Aphrodite had lit, a fire that would soon consume them all. The shores of Troy stretched wide and golden, kissed by a sun that hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the city's towering walls. Built of stone and defiance, Troy stood as a fortress unyielding, its spires piercing the heavens, its gates sealed against the world. Within, the people thrived. Merchants bartered silks, children raced through the streets, and priests offered prayers to the gods. Paris and Helen had returned, their arrival met with cheers, their love a tale whispered in every corner. She stood beside him now, her dark hair gleaming, her beauty a beacon that drew every eye, while he, proud and besotted, wore the confidence of a prince who'd won the ultimate prize. But beyond the horizon, the sea churned with a darker purpose. A fleet of ships, hundreds strong, cut through the waves, their black sails taut, their prows aimed at Troy. Menelaus led them, his face a mask of fury, his hands gripping the helm as he vowed to reclaim his wife. Beside him stood Agamemnon, his brother, and king of Mycenae, his eyes cold with ambition, and Odysseus, the cunning strategist, whose mind already spun webs of war. The Greeks had come, their swords sharp, their hearts hardened by betrayal, and the air thrummed with the promise of blood. On Olympus, Aphrodite watched, perched on a ledge of cloud, her golden hair fluttering in the divine breeze. The apple rested in her lap, its glow a quiet reminder of her victory, but her blue eyes sparkled with a mix of delight and defiance. She'd set this in motion, Paris and Helen, their love her gift, and she wouldn't let it unravel. Hera and Athena stood apart, their gazes fixed on the mortal realm, their anger a storm brewing in silence. They'd lost the contest, but they'd win the war, their vengeance a blade aimed at Aphrodite's triumph. The first clash came at dawn, the Greek ships beaching on Trojan sand, their warriors spilling forth like a tide of iron. Spears clashed against shields, arrows rained from the walls, and the air filled with the cries of the fallen. Paris stood atop the battlements, his bow drawn, his eyes searching for Helen in the palace behind him. She watched from a tower, her hands clasped, her heart torn between love and the guilt she couldn't name. The spell held her fast, but whispers of Sparta, of Menelaus, haunted her dreams. Aphrodite descended then, her form shimmering into the fray, invisible to all but the gods. She moved like a dancer, her gown swirling, her laughter a soft counterpoint to the chaos. She found Paris, his arrow faltering as a Greek spearman charged. Not yet, she murmured, her voice a caress against his ear. She waved a hand, and a gust of wind deflected the spear, sending it harmlessly into the sand. Paris loosed his shot, the arrow finding its mark, and he turned, sensing her presence, though he saw nothing. Thank you, he whispered, and she smiled, her fingers brushing his shoulder, leaving a warmth that steadied him. She flitted to the Trojan lines, her power weaving through the ranks. Hector, Paris's brother, and Troy's greatest warrior, stood at the forefront, his sword a blur as he cut through Greek foes. Aphrodite appeared beside him, her form a flicker of light only he could feel. Fight for love, she said, her voice a spark that ignited his resolve. For Helen, for Paris, for me. Hector's eyes hardened, his blade striking with renewed fury, and the Trojans rallied, pushing the Greeks back to the shore. But the war was no simple game. Menelaus roared from the beach, his spear piercing a Trojan shield, his gaze fixed on the city. Helen, he bellowed, his voice carrying over the din, a vow and a curse. Aphrodite heard it, her smile faltering for a fleeting moment, but she shook it off, her laughter returning. He's stubborn, she muttered, twirling a lock of hair. But he won't win. Days turned to weeks, then years, the war stretching into a brutal stalemate. The fields beyond Troy blackened, the rivers ran red, and the gods took sides. Hera and Athena bolstered the Greeks, their whispers guiding Agamemnon's strategies, their wrath felling Trojan heroes. Aphrodite countered them, her interventions bold and reckless. When Menelaus cornered Paris in a duel, his blade inches from the prince's throat, she swept in, her form dissolving into mist. She pulled Paris from the fray, depositing him safely within the walls, leaving Menelaus slashing at shadows, his rage boiling over. You can't have him, she taunted, her voice echoing in the wind, unheard by mortals, but a barb to her rivals. Hera's eyes flashed, her voice a hiss from Olympus. You meddle too much, child. Athena's spear glinted, her tone icy. You'll tire of this game when Troy burns. Aphrodite tossed her head, unconcerned. They won't burn, not while I'm here. She returned to the palace, appearing before Helen, who knelt by a window, her face pale, her hands trembling. Why is this happening? Helen whispered, her voice breaking. Aphrodite knelt beside her, her touch gentle but firm. Because you're worth it, she said, her tone soothing, almost sincere. Paris loves you. I made sure of it. Helen's eyes searched the air, sensing the goddess, and nodded, the spell tightening its hold. Aphrodite smiled, satisfied, and vanished, leaving Helen to her fate. But the tide was turning. The Greeks grew cunning, their losses fueling innovation. Odysseus devised the wooden horse, a gift cloaked in treachery, its hollow belly filled with warriors. The Trojans, weary and hopeful, dragged it within their walls. A decision that sealed their doom. Aphrodite watched from above, her laughter fading as the plan unfolded. She descended once more, her form frantic, her fingers weaving light around Paris and Helen as flames began to lick the city's edges. Run, she urged, her voice sharp with urgency. She guided them to a hidden gate, her power shielding them from Greek spears. Paris clutched Helen's hand, his face streaked with soot, his courage faltering. We'll escape, he said. But Aphrodite's eyes darkened. She saw the fires spreading, the walls crumbling, the end rushing closer. She pushed them forward, her strength waning under the weight of mortal chaos. A thunderclap shook the sky, and Zeus appeared, his form towering over the battlefield, his lightning crackling with authority. Enough, he boomed, his voice silencing the war's roar. He turned to Aphrodite, his gaze stern. You've gone too far. Step back. She bristled, her hands clenched, her beauty defiance itself. They're mine, she protested, gesturing to Paris and Helen. I promised them. You promised ruin, Zeus interrupted, his tone final. This ends now. The mortals will finish it. His hand swept downward, and a barrier of light forced her upward, back to Olympus, her cries of frustration lost to the wind. She landed on her throne, her chest heaving, her apple rolling to the floor with a dull thud. Hephaestus approached, his steps tentative, his voice low. It's over, he said, his scarred hand reaching for hers. She pulled away, her eyes blazing. It's not over, she snapped, but the lie hung heavy between them. She turned to the mortal realm, her gaze piercing the smoke that rose from Troy. The city fell that night, the horse's belly spilling Greek warriors who torched the streets. Paris fought, his bowstring snapping as he shielded Helen, but a Greek spear found his heart, and he crumpled, his blood staining the stone. Helen screamed, her hands clawing at his body, but the flames closed in, and a soldier's blade silenced her cries. Troy burned, its towers collapsing, its people scattered or slain, a kingdom reduced to ash. Aphrodite watched, her fingers digging into her throne, her beauty untouched, but her triumph shattered. Hera and Athena stood nearby, their silence a victory louder than words. She didn't look at them, her eyes fixed on the ruin below, her laughter stilled for the first time in centuries. She'd ignited love, yes, but it had consumed more than she'd intended. Paris, Helen, an entire city, all ashes at her feet. The war raged to its end, the Greeks claiming their hollow victory, their ships heavy with spoils and grief. Aphrodite rose, her gown trailing behind her, and walked to the edge of Olympus, the apple forgotten. She'd won the contest, kept her promise, but the cost loomed larger than her pride. The sea below whispered her name, a reminder of her birth, her power, her chaos. Troy's embers glowed in the distance, a testament to her handiwork. Fire she couldn't extinguish. She stood there, radiant and alone, the goddess of love now bound to the wreckage of her own making. The ruins of Troy smoldered beneath a sky choked with smoke, the once proud city reduced to a graveyard of ash and stone. The walls that had stood defiant for a decade now lay in jagged heaps, their towers toppled, their gates shattered. The air hung heavy with the scent of charred wood and the echoes of fading screams, a requiem for a kingdom undone. The Greeks had departed, their ships laden with plunder, their victory bitter with the cost. Countless lives lost, heroes fallen, all for a woman who now lay silent among the wreckage. Paris and Helen were gone, their love a spark that had ignited a conflagration, leaving nothing but embers in its wake. On Olympus, Aphrodite stood at the edge of the divine plateau, her golden hair catching the faint light that pierced the haze. Her gown of sea green silk clung to her, its shimmer dulled by the soot that drifted upward from the mortal realm. The apple, her prize, lay discarded on her throne, its glow dimmed, a relic of a triumph that felt hollow now. She gazed down at Troy, her blue eyes tracing the devastation. Streets she'd once danced through in spirit, lives she'd toyed with, all reduced to dust. For the first time in her eternal existence, her laughter didn't rise, her smile didn't curve. She stood still, a goddess caught in the shadow of her own making. Hera and Athena approached, their steps silent, but their presence a weight she couldn't ignore. Hera's peacock feathers gleamed with a cold triumph, her voice sharp as she spoke. "Look at your work," she said, gesturing to the ruin below. "Your beauty brought this. Are you proud?" Athena stood beside her, her armor unmarred, her gray eyes piercing. "You played your game," she added, her tone measured, but cutting. "And lost more than we did." Aphrodite turned to them, her chin lifting, defiance flickering in her gaze. "Lost?" she echoed, her voice soft but edged with steel. "Paris chose me. I gave him Helen. I won." But the words rang empty, a defense that crumbled under the weight of the scene below. Hera's lips curled into a smirk, her feathers rustling. "You won a pile of ashes," she said, turning away. Athena lingered, her spear glinting as she met Aphrodite's eyes. "Love is power, yes, but yours is a fire that consumes without care." Then she too departed, leaving Aphrodite alone with the silence. She stepped closer to the edge, the wind tugging at her hair, carrying whispers of the sea, her birthplace, her essence. The waves below churned, their foam rising white and fleeting, a mirror to the moment she'd emerged, radiant and untamed. She'd been a force then, a goddess who bent the world with a glance, a smile, a promise. Now, that force had left a scar, a city erased, a love extinguished, a victory that tasted of defeat. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, but no tears fell. She was still Aphrodite, still divine, still beautiful. Yet something had shifted, a crack in the mirror of her pride. Hephaestus approached, his heavy steps a contrast to the stillness. His forge-darkened hands hung at his sides, his scarred face softened by a concern she rarely acknowledged. "It's done," he said, his voice rough but steady. "They're gone. Paris, Helen, all of them." He paused, searching her face. Was it worth it? She didn't answer at first, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Worth it? She'd craved the apple, the title of fairest, the power to prove her beauty supreme. She'd given Paris his dream, woven love into a tapestry of chaos, and watched it unravel with a laugh, until now. "I don't know," she admitted, the words slipping out, raw and unguarded. Hephaestus stepped closer, his hand hovering near hers, but she pulled away, her smile returning, a faint, fragile thing. "It was love," she said, as if that explained it all. "Love is never tame." He nodded, his silence a comfort she didn't deserve. Love builds too, he said quietly, not just destroys. She glanced at him, his words a spark she didn't want to feel, then turned back to the sea, her thoughts drifting. The Greeks sailed home, their ships heavy with grief as much as gold. Menelaus stood alone on his deck, his hands empty, his victory hollow. Helen was lost, her beauty a memory stained with blood. Agamemnon brooded, his ambitions sated, but his house cursed by the war's toll. Odysseus navigated the waves, his mind already on Ithaca, unaware of the trials ahead. Troy's survivors scattered, their tales of Paris and Helen hardening into legend. A love that toppled a kingdom, a goddess who lit the flame. Aphrodite retreated to her chambers, the halls of Olympus, quiet around her. She passed the apple, its glow a taunt she ignored, and sank onto her chaise, her fingers tracing the silk. The mirror before her reflected her face, flawless, radiant, unchanged. But her eyes held a shadow, a flicker of something new. Regret? No, not quite. Awareness, perhaps. A recognition that her power, her beauty, could wound as deeply as it charmed. She'd always known it, reveled in it. But seeing it laid bare in Troy's ashes was different. It lingered, a weight she couldn't shed. The sea called to her, its rhythm a pull she couldn't resist. She rose, her gown trailing behind, and descended to the shore where she'd been born. The waves lapped at her feet, their foam curling around her ankles, a welcome as old as time. She stood there, the wind threading through her hair, the salt sharp on her tongue. The world stretched before her, mortals rebuilding, gods watching, the cycle of desire and strife unbroken. She was part of it, its spark and its shadow, a goddess who'd shaped a war with a single promise. A faint laugh escaped her, soft and bittersweet. They'll sing of me, she murmured, her voice blending with the waves. Of love, of beauty, of ruin. She tilted her head, her smile returning, still playful, still defiant, but tempered by the lesson etched in Troy's fall. Love was her domain. Yes, a fire she'd wield again, a gift she'd bestow without hesitation. But its flames could burn beyond her control, consuming more than she intended. She stepped into the water, the sea rising to meet her, its foam wrapping her in a shimmering embrace. The horizon glowed, a promise of new beginnings, new games. She'd lost Paris and Helen, lost Troy, but she hadn't lost herself. She was Aphrodite, born of chaos, forged in beauty, a force no war could dim. The apple lay behind her, its glow a memory, but her power pulsed anew, ready for the next heart to claim, the next fate to twist. Above, Olympus stood silent, the gods resuming their eternal watch. Hera and Athena savored their triumph, their vengeance complete, but it was a cold comfort. War had scarred them all, a cost they'd share with Aphrodite. Zeus gazed down, his lightning stilled, his judgment final. The mortal realm healed slowly, its people weaving tales of the war, of Paris's choice, Helen's flight, and the goddess whose beauty had undone them. The waves whispered her name, a chant that carried through time. Aphrodite turned, her figure a silhouette against the dawn, and walked deeper into the sea, her laughter rising once more, a sound that promised delight and danger in equal measure. Troy was gone, its lesson etched in stone and song, but she endured, radiant and reckless, a goddess who'd sparked a fire and learned its heat. The foam rose again, white and fleeting, a circle complete. She vanished into it, her presence lingering in the air, the sea, the stories, a reminder that love, though beautiful, could be a flame that devoured all if left unchecked. The world turned, its wounds fading, its dreams reborn, and Aphrodite waited, ever the spark, ever the shadow, ready to ignite the next tale. Story: Bellerophon, rider of the winged flame. The wind howled through the jagged cliffs of a forgotten valley, carrying with it the faint stench of ash and despair. Nestled at the base of those cliffs was a tiny village, its wooden huts trembling under the weight of an unseen terror. For years, the people of this place had lived in the shadow of a curse, a monstrous creature known as the Chimera, half lion, half goat, with a serpent's tail and a breath that spewed flames. It was a nightmare given form. It prowled the skies above, its roars shaking the earth, its fire scorching the fields, until nothing grew but fear. The villagers whispered its name in hushed tones, as if speaking it too loudly might summon its wrath. They were a people broken, their hope reduced to prayers, scratched into the dirt, pleading for the gods to send a savior. Among them lived a young man named Bellerophon. He was no prince, no warrior clad in shining armor. He was just a boy with calloused hands and a restless heart, born to a mother who wove baskets and a father who'd vanished before he could teach his son a trade. The villagers saw him as ordinary, a dreamer, perhaps, but nothing more. His dark hair was always tangled from running through the hills, his green eyes sharp with a hunger for something beyond the muddy streets and sagging roofs. Bellerophon wasn't content to cower like the others. When the Chimera's shadow darkened the sky, he didn't hide. He stood on the edge of the village, staring up at the beast, fists clenched, imagining what it would feel like to bring it down. He didn't know it yet, but he wasn't entirely ordinary. Whispers of his birth floated through the village, like leaves on the wind. Rumors that his mother had once caught the eye of a god. Some said it was Poseidon, the lord of the seas, whose stormy temper matched the fire in Bellerophon's soul. Others scoffed, calling it a fanciful tale spun by a lonely woman. Bellerophon himself didn't care for the stories. He had no trident, no divine voice in his ear. All he had was a restless spirit and a nagging sense that he was meant for more than this crumbling village. The night that changed everything began like any other. The air was thick with the scent of rain, and the villagers huddled in their homes, shutters bolted tight. Bellerophon sat alone by a dying fire, the flickering light casting shadows across his face. He'd spent the day hauling water from the river, his back aching, his mind racing. The Chimera had struck again that morning, torching a barn on the outskirts. He could still hear the screams of the family who'd lost everything, still see the blackened timbers smoldering in the dawn. Something had to be done. Someone had to stand up. Why not him? Exhausted, he closed his eyes, letting the crackle of the fire lull him into a fitful sleep. That's when the dream came. It wasn't like any dream he'd had before. The world around him dissolved into a vast expanse of silver and gold, a sky so bright it hurt to look at, clouds swirling like rivers of light. And there, in the center of it all, stood a creature of breathtaking beauty, a horse, but not like the bony mules that plowed the village fields. This one was pure white, its coat shimmering as if woven from starlight. Great wings stretched from its sides, feathers glinting with every hue of the dawn. It turned its head, locking eyes with Bellerophon, and he felt a jolt, like lightning, racing through his veins. The horse pawed the air, and a voice echoed in his mind, deep and resonant. Though no words were spoken, it was a call, a summons, a promise. He reached out, desperate to touch the magnificent beast, but his fingers brushed only air. The horse reared, its wings beating with a sound like thunder, and then it was gone, vanishing into a burst of light that yanked him awake. Bellerophon sat up, gasping, his heart pounding against his ribs. The fire had dwindled to embers. The room cloaked in shadow, but the dream lingered, vivid and real, as if the horse had left something behind. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake the vision, when a glint caught his attention. There, on the dirt floor beside him, lay a single feather, white as snow, shimmering faintly in the dim light. He picked it up, turning it between his fingers. It was impossibly soft, yet strong, like silk spun from steel. His breath hitched. This was no trick of the mind. The village was silent as he stepped outside, the feather clutched in his hand. The wind had stilled, the night heavy with an eerie calm. Above, the stars burned brighter than he'd ever seen, as if they were watching him. And then he heard it, a faint whinny carried on the breeze, coming from the forest beyond the village. His pulse quickened. He didn't know what waited out there, but he knew he had to find it. Barefoot, clad only in a tattered tunic, Bellerophon slipped into the woods. The trees loomed tall and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky. The air grew cooler, the ground damp beneath his feet. He moved quickly, guided by instinct, the feather glowing faintly in his grasp. The whinny came again, closer now, pulling him deeper into the shadows. His mind raced with questions. Was this madness? A trap? A gift? But his feet kept moving, driven by a force he couldn't name. The forest opened into a small clearing, bathed in moonlight. And there it was, Pegasus. The horse from his dream stood before him, real and alive, its wings folded gracefully against its sides. Its mane flowed like liquid silver, its eyes deep and knowing. Bellerophon froze, his breath caught in his throat. The creature was more beautiful than he'd imagined, a living piece of the heavens brought down to earth. It snorted softly, steam curling from its nostrils, and took a step toward him. For a moment, he didn't move. Fear and awe battled within him. This was no ordinary beast. It radiated power, a wild grace that made him feel small and insignificant. But then it lowered its head, and he saw something in its gaze. Trust. It was waiting for him. He stepped forward, hesitant, the feather still in his hand. As he drew closer, he noticed something gleaming in the grass. A golden bridle, its straps intricately woven with patterns of waves and stars. It hadn't been there a moment ago. He was sure of it. Kneeling, he picked it up, the metal warm against his skin. The bridle pulsed faintly, as if alive, and he understood. This was meant for him. Pegasus stood still as he approached, its eyes never leaving his. His hands trembled as he lifted the bridle, slipping it over the horse's head. The moment it settled into place, a surge of energy coursed through him, wild, exhilarating, like the rush of a storm. Pegasus nickered, shaking its mane, and Bellerophon felt a bond snap into place, a connection deeper than words. He climbed onto its back, his movements clumsy at first, but Pegasus adjusted beneath him, steady and sure. The horse's wings unfurled, stretching wide, and with a single, powerful beat, they lifted off the ground. Bellerophon clung tight, the wind whipping through his hair as they rose higher, the forest shrinking below. His stomach lurched, his heart soaring. He'd never felt anything like this. Freedom, raw and untamed. The world at his feet. They broke through the treetops, the village sprawling beneath them like a child's toy. The chimera's shadow no longer seemed so vast, its terror diminished by the height. Bellerophon laughed, a sound of pure, reckless joy, as Pegasus banked through the sky, the stars reflecting off its wings. For the first time, he felt invincible. But as they circled back toward the clearing, a flicker of something else stirred in his chest. Not just courage, but ambition. If he could ride a creature like this, what else could he do? What else was he destined for? The thought took root, small but insistent, a seed that would grow in the days to come. Pegasus landed softly, its hooves barely disturbing the earth. Bellerophon slid to the ground, his legs shaky, but his spirit alight. He looked at the horse, its gaze steady and calm, and knew his life had changed forever. The villagers might see him as a dreamer, a nobody, but he was something more now. He had Pegasus. He had a chance. The dawn was breaking as he led the horse back toward the village, the golden bridle glinting in the first light. The chimera still haunted the skies, its threat looming large. But Bellerophon wasn't afraid anymore. He had been chosen. By fate, by the gods, by something greater than himself. And he would prove it. This was only the beginning. The sun rose over the village, painting the sky in streaks of gold and crimson, but its warmth did little to ease the chill that gripped the people below. Smoke still curled from the charred remains of the barn the chimera had torched, a grim reminder of the beast's unrelenting wrath. The villagers moved like ghosts, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair. They whispered among themselves, their voices low, as if afraid the wind might carry their words to the monster in the skies. But something was different this morning. A ripple of curiosity, a spark of something they hadn't felt in years. It began with a boy who'd been fetching water at dawn, his wide eyes fixed on a figure emerging from the forest. Bellerophon stepped into the village square, Pegasus at his side. The horse's wings were folded neatly, its white coat gleaming like a beacon against the drab gray of the huts. The golden bridle caught the sunlight, casting flecks of radiance across the dirt. A hush fell over the crowd, broken only by the soft snort of Pegasus and the rustle of its feathers. Bellerophon stood tall, his tattered tunic stained with sweat and earth. But there was a fire in his green eyes that hadn't been there before. He wasn't the boy they'd known, the dreamer who hauled water and stared at the horizon. He was something more now, something they couldn't quite name. The villagers gathered, cautious at first, their murmurs growing louder. "Where did he get that horse?" an old woman muttered, clutching her shawl. "It's no beast of this world," a farmer replied, his voice trembling with awe. A child darted forward, reaching for Pegasus, but his mother yanked him back, fear outweighing wonder. Bellerophon said nothing, letting their stares wash over him. He could feel their doubt, their hope, their confusion, and it fueled him. For the first time, they were looking at him not as a nobody, but as someone who might change their fate. He led Pegasus through the square, heading for the one place he knew he'd find answers: the crumbling temple of Athena on the hill. It was a relic of better days, its stone walls weathered and cracked, its roof half caved from years of neglect. The villagers rarely ventured there anymore, but an old seer still lingered within, a woman named Lysandra, whose milky eyes saw more than most. If anyone could explain the dream, the feather, the horse, it was her. The temple's interior was dim, lit only by a shaft of light piercing through a hole in the roof. Dust motored in the air, swirling around a stone altar where Lysandra sat, her gnarled hands tracing patterns in the sand. She didn't look up as Bellerophon approached, Pegasus's hooves echoing on the tiled floor. "I've been expecting you," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves scraping together. "The air hums with your coming, boy." "The gods have stirred." Bellerophon stopped, his grip tightening on the bridle. "You know why I'm here?" he asked, his tone steady, but edged with impatience. Lysandra chuckled, a sound both bitter and amused. "A horse with wings doesn't land in a man's lap by chance. Sit. Tell me what you've seen." He hesitated, then sank onto a stone bench, Pegasus standing watchfully beside him. He recounted the dream: the silver sky, the horse, the call that pulled him into the forest. He showed her the feather, its glow faint but undeniable, and described the bridle that had bound him to Pegasus. Lysandra listened in silence, her blind eyes fixed on some unseen point. When he finished, she leaned forward, her wrinkled face sharp with intensity. "You've been marked," she said at last, "by powers greater than you can fathom. That creature," she nodded toward Pegasus, "is no mere gift. It's a tool, a test, a burden, and you, Bellerophon, are its bearer." "For what?" he pressed, leaning closer. "The chimera? Is that why it came to me?" Lysandra's lips curled into a grim smile. "The chimera is no accident. It's a scourge, unleashed by Hades himself, a punishment for the pride of men who forgot their place. Its fire burns the earth. Its shadow poisons the soul. Only one with divine blood can end it, someone bold enough to face it, strong enough to survive it." "Divine blood?" Bellerophon frowned, the rumors of his birth flickering through his mind. "You mean Poseidon? My mother's stories. They're true." The seer tilted her head, as if listening to whispers he couldn't hear. "The sea runs in your veins, boy, whether you feel it or not. But blood alone won't save you. It's what you do with it that matters." He stood, pacing the cracked floor, his mind racing. Poseidon, the god of storms and waves, a father he'd never known. It should have shaken him, but instead it ignited something, a spark of pride, a hunger to prove he was more than a villager's son. "Then I'll do it," he said, turning to her. "I'll kill the chimera. Tell me how." Lysandra's smile faded. She rose, leaning on a staff carved with owl feathers, and shuffled to the altar. She dipped her fingers into the sand, drawing a shape, a lion's head with flames curling from its jaws. "The chimera is no mortal beast," she said. "Its hide deflects steel. Its breath melts stone. You'll need more than courage and a winged horse. You'll need the favor of the gods and a weapon forged for the task." "Where do I find it?" he asked, his voice firm, unshaken by her warnings. She traced another line in the sand, this one a spear tipped with light. "Athena watches you. Bellerophon. She sees your heart, its bravery, its fire. Climb the cliffs of Arendor at dusk. There, where the wind sings her name, you'll find what you seek. But beware, the gods don't give without taking. Every gift has a price. He nodded, committing her words to memory. The cliffs of Arendor were a day's journey, a treacherous ascent even without a monster lurking overhead. But he had Pegasus. He had a chance. Thank you, he said, turning to leave. Bellerophon, Lysandra called, her voice sharp. He paused, glancing back. You're bold, and that's good. But boldness without wisdom is a flame that consumes itself. Remember that. Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, but he brushed them aside. He wasn't here for riddles. He was here for action. With Pegasus at his side, he strode out of the temple, the sunlight blinding after the gloom. The villagers were waiting, their numbers swelling, their whispers buzzing like flies. He mounted Pegasus in one fluid motion, the horse's wings stretching wide. I'm going to end this, he declared, his voice ringing out. The chimera won't haunt us anymore. A cheer erupted, ragged but real, the first sign of life in the village since the curse began. They didn't know how he'd do it, didn't fully believe he could, but they wanted to. Bellerophon felt their hope settle on his shoulders, a weight both thrilling and burdensome. He urged Pegasus forward, and with a leap, they took to the sky, the wind roaring in his ears. The journey to Arendor was swift, Pegasus cutting through the clouds like a blade. Below, the landscape unfolded, rolling hills, a winding river, the distant peaks clawing at the horizon. Bellerophon's heart pounded, not with fear, but with anticipation. He imagined the chimera falling, its fire snuffed out, the villagers chanting his name. He'd be their hero, their savior, maybe more. Dusk painted the cliffs in shades of violet and amber as they landed. The wind howled through the rocks, a song both wild and mournful. Bellerophon dismounted, his boots crunching on stone, and scanned the jagged heights. Lysandra's words echoed, where the wind sings her name. He listened, the gusts tugging at his tunic, until he heard it, a faint melody, high and clear, rising from a cave near the summit. He climbed, Pegasus trailing behind, the path steep and unforgiving. His hands bled from gripping the rocks, but he pushed on, driven by the promise of what lay ahead. The cave loomed, its mouth dark and silent, the wind's song louder now. He stepped inside, and the air shifted, warm, alive, charged with something ancient. Before him stood a figure, tall and radiant, her armor gleaming like polished silver. An owl perched on her shoulder, its eyes piercing. Athena. Bellerophon dropped to one knee, awe stealing his breath. She held a spear, its golden tip glowing faintly, its shaft etched with symbols of wisdom and war. You seek to slay the chimera, she said, her voice calm but commanding. This is your weapon. It will pierce the beast's heart, if you wield it well. He took the spear, its weight perfect in his hands, its power thrumming through him. I will, he vowed, meeting her gaze. Athena's eyes narrowed. Courage is your strength, Bellerophon, but pride can be your ruin. Heed the balance. He nodded, but her warning barely registered. He had the spear, the horse, the will. The chimera was as good as dead. As Athena vanished into light, he stepped from the cave, the spear blazing in the twilight. Pegasus nickered, ready to fly. The quest had begun, and with it, a destiny he couldn't yet see. The cliffs of Arendor faded into the twilight as Bellerophon and Pegasus soared back toward the village, the golden spear gleaming in his grip. The wind roared past, tugging at his tunic and whipping his dark hair into a wild tangle. But he barely noticed. His mind was alight with the weight of Athena's words, the power of the weapon in his hands, and the destiny now within reach. The chimera, Hades' monstrous creation, was no longer just a shadow over his people. It was a challenge, a foe he'd been chosen to face, and he would face it, not as a boy from a forgotten village, but as a warrior marked by the gods. Pegasus's wings beat steadily, slicing through the clouds, the world below a blur of green and gray. Bellerophon glanced at the spear, its tip catching the last rays of the setting sun. It was lighter than it looked, perfectly balanced, as if crafted for his hands alone. He could feel its energy, sharp, alive, a promise of victory. Athena had called it a gift, but to him it was proof. Proof that he was more than the villagers' whispers, more than his mother's tales. If Poseidon's blood ran in his veins, if Athena herself had armed him, then surely he was destined for greatness. The village came into view, its rooftops huddled beneath the darkening sky. He guided Pegasus lower, circling once before landing in the square. The thud of hooves on dirt drew a crowd, their faces illuminated by flickering torches. They'd waited for him, their hope fragile but growing. Bellerophon dismounted, the spear held high, its glow casting long shadows. A murmur rippled through the villagers, wonder, disbelief, a flicker of faith. "What is it?" a man called, his voice rough with years of toil. "A weapon," Bellerophon answered, his tone firm. "From Athena, to kill the chimera." The crowd erupted, a mix of gasps and cheers. An old woman clasped her hands, tears streaking her weathered cheeks. A boy no older than 10 stared at the spear, eyes wide with dreams of his own. Bellerophon felt their gazes settle on him, heavy and expectant. He squared his shoulders, letting the moment sink in. This was what he'd wanted, to be seen, to matter. But beneath the pride, a quiet voice whispered, "This is only the beginning." He turned to Pegasus, running a hand along its mane. "We've got work to do," he murmured. The horse snorted, as if in agreement, its wings twitching with restless energy. The chimera wouldn't fall easily. Lysandra had warned him of its fire, its impenetrable hide. He'd need more than a spear and a horse. He'd need skill, precision, a plan, and he'd need to be ready. The next morning, he set out for the mountains beyond the village, a rugged expanse of peaks and valleys where the wind howled like a living thing. It was a place few dared to go, its cliffs steep and unforgiving, its air thin and biting. But it was perfect. If he was to face the chimera in the sky, he'd need to master the heights, to move with Pegasus as one. The villagers watched him go, their figures shrinking as he and the horse climbed into the clouds. The first day was chaos. Pegasus was a marvel, its strength boundless, its grace unmatched. But Bellerophon was not. He clung to the bridle, his legs unsteady as they swooped over jagged ridges. The horse banked sharply, and he nearly slipped, his stomach lurching as the ground rushed up to meet him. "Easy!" he shouted, yanking the reins. Pegasus leveled out, casting him a look that might have been annoyance. Bellerophon laughed, breathless. wiping sweat from his brow. All right, you're the expert. Show me. They tried again and again, each flight a lesson in trust. Pegasus taught him its rhythm, the subtle shift of muscle before a turn, the surge of power in a climb. Bellerophon learned to lean into the wind, to anticipate the horse's movements rather than fight them. By midday, they were soaring over a canyon, the spear tucked against his side, the world a dizzying blur below. He thrust the weapon forward, testing its reach, imagining the chimera's snarling jaws. The motion threw him off balance, and Pegasus dipped to steady him, wings slicing the air with a sound like thunder. Better, he muttered, grinning despite the ache in his arms. We'll get there. Days bled into one another, the mountains their proving ground. They flew through storms, rain lashing his face as lightning split the sky. He learned to dodge the bolts, Pegasus weaving through the chaos with an instinct he could only marvel at. They skimmed waterfalls, the spray soaking him to the bone, the roar of water drowning out his shouts of exhilaration. He practiced with the spear, jabbing at invisible foes, hurling it at rocks to test its flight. It always returned to his hand, a golden blur, as if bound to him by some unseen force. The villagers began to notice. From the fields below, they'd catch glimpses of him, a streak of white against the peaks, a flash of gold in the sun. Stories spread. The boy who rode the wind, the hero forging himself in the wild. They left offerings at the village edge, bread, woven charms, a child's drawing of a winged horse. Bellerophon saw them when he returned each night, his body bruised, but his spirit unbroken. The gifts stirred something in him, not just gratitude, but a swelling sense of purpose. They believed in him. He wouldn't let them down. But belief alone wouldn't win this fight. The chimera was a monster of legend, a terror born of the underworld. He needed to understand it, to find its weakness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, he sat by a mountain stream, Pegasus grazing nearby. The spear rested across his knees, its glow faint in the dusk. He traced its etchings, his thoughts drifting to Lyssandra's prophecy, to Athena's warning. Decourage is your strength, she'd said, but pride can be your ruin. He frowned, brushing the words aside. Pride? He wasn't proud, just determined, wasn't he? A rustle broke his reverie. Pegasus's head snapped up, ears twitching. Bellerophon gripped the spear, rising to his feet. The air grew warm, a faint sulfuric tang stinging his nose. He scanned the ridge above, heart pounding. A shadow moved, large, sinuous, gone in an instant. The chimera? No, it was too small, too quick. But something was watching. Before he could call out, a figure emerged. Not a beast, but a woman. She stepped from the rocks, her armor shimmering like liquid silver, her presence commanding the silence. Athena, her owl perched on her shoulder, its gaze unblinking. Bellerophon lowered the spear, bowing his head. Goddess, he said, his voice steady, despite the awe tightening his chest. You've trained well, she said, her tone measured. Your bond with Pegasus grows. But the chimera is no mere foe. Its fire will test your flesh, its strength your will. Are you ready? I will be, he replied, meeting her eyes. I've got your spear. I've got him. He nodded toward Pegasus, who nickered softly. Athena's lips pressed into a thin line. The spear is a tool, not a shield. It will strike true only if you wield it with clarity. The chimera's heart is its weakness, hidden deep, guarded by flame. You must be swift, precise, fearless. He nodded, absorbing her words. I'll find it. I'll end it. She stepped closer, her gaze piercing. You have courage, Bellerophon, and talent beyond most men. But I see a fire in you, a hunger for glory that burns too bright. Heed this. The gods lift those who honor their place, not those who chase their thrones. Her warning hung between them, sharp and cold. He bristled, though he hid it behind a curt nod. I'm not chasing thrones, he said. I'm saving my people. Athena studied him, as if peering into his soul. See that you do, she said, then vanished, leaving only the echo of her voice and the rustle of owl wings. Bellerophon stood alone, the night settling around him. Pegasus nudged his shoulder, warm and solid, grounding him. He clenched the spear, his jaw tight. Athena doubted him, saw pride where he saw purpose. She was wrong. He'd prove it. The chimera would fall, and the village would rise. That was all that mattered. But as he mounted Pegasus and took to the sky, the goddess's words lingered, a splinter in his mind. He flew higher, the stars stretching endlessly above, and a thought slipped through, a whisper, dangerous and thrilling. If I can slay a monster, what else can I conquer? The mountains faded below, the battle drawing near. He was ready, or so he believed. The sky above the village hung heavy with clouds, their edges stained red by a sun barely risen. A stillness gripped the air, unnatural and thick, as if the world held its breath. Bellerophon stood at the edge of the square, the golden spear in his hand, its glow pulsing faintly against the dawn. Pegasus pawed the earth beside him, wings twitching, sensing what he could not yet see. The villagers gathered at a distance, their faces pale, their whispers silenced by the weight of what was coming. They'd seen the signs, the blackened fields, the distant roars growing louder each night. The chimera was near, its hunger driving it closer to their homes. Bellerophon tightened his grip on the spear, his pulse steady but fierce. Days of training in the mountains had honed his body and sharpened his bond with Pegasus. He could feel the horse's strength beneath him, the rhythm of its wings as familiar as his own heartbeat. Athena's words echoed in his mind. The chimera's heart, its weakness hidden behind flame. He'd find it. He'd strike it. This was his moment. A scream shattered the quiet, high and desperate from the outskirts. The crowd turned, gasps rippling through them. Bellerophon mounted Pegasus in one swift motion, the bridle firm in his hands. Stay back, he shouted, his voice cutting through the panic. Then, with a nudge, Pegasus leapt skyward, wings beating hard, lifting them above the rooftops. The village shrank below as they climbed, the wind biting at his face. He scanned the horizon, eyes narrowed against the glare. Smoke curled from a field to the west, thick and acrid, a beacon of destruction. There, a shadow moved, massive and grotesque, its wings jagged against the sky. The chimera. Its lion's head roared, flames bursting from its jaws, while the goat's head bleated a chilling cry, and the serpent tail hissed, coiling like a whip. It was larger than he'd imagined, a nightmare stitched together from the underworld's darkest threads. Pegasus banked toward it, unhesitating, and Bellerophon felt a surge of adrenaline. Let's end this, he muttered, raising the spear. The chimera spotted them, its amber eyes locking onto theirs, and with a bellow that shook the air, it charged. The first blast of fire came fast, a torrent of orange and white, searing the sky. Pegasus dove, wings folding tight, the heat grazing Bellerophon's arm as they plummeted. He gritted his teeth, the stench of scorched feathers stinging his nose. But Pegasus pulled up at the last second, skimming the treetops. The chimera wheeled, its serpent tail lashing out, venom dripping from its fangs. Bellerophon swung the spear, deflecting the strike, the golden tip sparking against the scales. They climbed again, gaining height, the village a distant speck below. The chimera pursued, its wings, leathery and torn, beating with unnatural strength. It lunged, claws outstretched, and Pegasus twisted mid-air, a feat of agility that left Bellerophon breathless. He thrust the spear, aiming for the lion's chest, but the beast's hide turned the blow, the weapon glancing off with a metallic clang. Athena had warned him. Its heart was the key, buried deep, shielded by muscle and flame. The beast roared, unleashing another wave of fire. Pegasus veered left, the flames licking at Bellerophon's legs, singeing his tunic. Pain flared, sharp and hot, but he ignored it, focusing on the rhythm of the fight. They had to get closer, close enough to strike true. He urged Pegasus forward, straight into the chimera's path, a reckless move that made his stomach lurch. The horse obeyed, wings slicing the air, narrowing the gap. The chimera reared back, its goat head bleeding as the serpent struck again. Bellerophon ducked, the fangs missing his shoulder by inches, and drove the spear upward. The tip pierced the goat's neck, drawing a spray of dark blood, but it wasn't enough. The beast howled, thrashing wildly, and a claw raked Pegasus's flank. The horse faltered, a cry escaping its throat, and for a moment they dropped, the ground rushing closer. "Hold on!" Bellerophon shouted, pulling the reins. Pegasus steadied, wings pumping hard, blood streaking its white coat. The chimera circled above, triumphant, its lion jaws gaping for another blast. Bellerophon's mind raced. Athena's words, the heart, the fire. He had to get above it, to strike from an angle it couldn't defend. He guided Pegasus into a steep climb, the air thinning, the clouds swallowing them. The chimera followed, its roars muffled by the mist. Higher they went, the cold biting his skin, until they broke through the cloud cover into blinding sunlight. The beast burst through moments later, disoriented, its eyes squinting against the glare. Now, Pegasus dove, a white streak against the gold, aiming for the chimera's back. Bellerophon gripped the spear with both hands, his muscles screaming as he leaned forward. The beast twisted, sensing the attack, but it was too late. He aimed for the space between the lion's shoulders, where the heart might lie, and thrust with all his strength. The spear sank deep, the golden tip vanishing into flesh, and the chimera shrieked, a sound that split the sky. Fire erupted from its jaws, wild and uncontrolled, as it flailed, wings beating erratically. Pegasus pulled away, narrowly escaping the flames, and Bellerophon held tight, watching as the beast's movements slowed. Blood poured from the wound, black and thick, staining the clouds. The chimera's eyes dimmed, its roars fading to gurgles, and then, with a final shudder, it fell, plummeting toward the earth like a broken star. Bellerophon tracked its descent, his chest heaving, the spear slick with gore in his hand, It crashed into a barren valley beyond the village, the impact shaking the ground, a plume of dust rising where it landed. Silence followed, vast and heavy, broken only by the rush of the wind through Pegasus's wings. They circled once, then drifted lower, the village coming into view. The villagers had gathered on a hill, their torches tiny flames against the dawn. As Pegasus landed near the Chimera's corpse, they ran toward him, their cheers rising like a tide. Bellerophon slid from the horse's back, his legs trembling, but his head high. The beast lay still, its fire extinguished, its terror ended. He'd done it. The crowd surrounded him, their voices overlapping. Praise, gratitude, awe. Hands clapped his shoulders, children darted close to touch Pegasus, their fear replaced by wonder. An old man knelt, muttering thanks to the gods, while a woman pressed a woven flower into his hand. Bellerophon stood amid them, the spear planted in the earth, its glow brighter now, as if fed by his victory. He looked at the Chimera's broken form, its lion head lolling, its serpent tail limp, and felt a rush of triumph. He'd faced the impossible and won. The villagers saw a hero, their savior, and he let their adoration wash over him. His burns ached, his body begged for rest, but he pushed it aside. This was his moment, the proof of his worth. Pegasus nudged him, warm and steady, a reminder of their bond. Bellerophon ran a hand along its neck, whispering, "We did it." The horse's flank was streaked with blood, its feathers singed, but it stood tall, unbowed. They were a pair forged in battle, stronger for it. The villagers began to chant his name. Bellerophon, Bellerophon, their voices carrying across the valley. He turned to them, raising the spear, and the cheers grew louder. His chest swelled, not just with relief, but with something deeper, a hunger, a certainty. He'd slain a monster born of Hades. What else could he do? What else was he meant for? The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows from the cliffs. Bellerophon gazed upward, beyond the village, beyond the mountains, to the shimmering haze where the sky met the divine, Olympus. The thought slipped into his mind, unbidden but bold. He'd proven himself here, on the earth. Perhaps it was time to prove himself there. Pegasus snorted, shaking its mane, and Bellerophon smiled, a fierce, determined smile. The battle was over, but his journey was far from done. The villagers celebrated around him, oblivious to the spark igniting in his soul, a spark that would carry him higher than they could imagine, and perhaps too high for his own good. The village buzzed with life in the days following the Chimera's fall, a stark contrast to the shadow that had once smothered it. Fields that had lain barren began to sprout green, tentative but persistent, as if the earth itself sighed in relief. The villagers moved with purpose, rebuilding homes, sowing seeds, their voices lifted in songs of gratitude. At the center of it all stood Bellerophon, no longer just a boy with dreams, but a figure carved from triumph. They adorned him with wreaths of wildflowers, pressed gifts of bread, and carved trinkets into his hands, and spoke his name with a reverence that bordered on worship. The Chimera's corpse had been dragged to a pyre and burned, its ashes scattered to the winds, a final act of defiance against its terror. Bellerophon stood atop a hill overlooking the valley, Pegasus grazing beside him, the golden spear planted in the soil. The burns on his legs had scabbed over, the ache in his muscles dulled to a quiet hum. He watched the villagers below, their figures small and industrious, and felt a swell of pride. He'd given them this safety, hope, a future. The spear caught the sunlight, its glow a constant reminder of his victory, of the god's favor. Athena had armed him, Pegasus had carried him, and he had struck the blow. Surely, this was no ordinary feat. Yet as the days passed, that pride twisted into something sharper, something restless. The villagers' cheers, once a balm, began to feel insufficient. They saw him as their hero, their protector. But was that all? He'd slain a beast of Hades, a monster that had defied mortal hands. He'd flown where no man had, wielded a weapon forged by a goddess. The thought gnawed at him, persistent and bold. I'm more than this. The village was safe, yes, but the horizon stretched far beyond its borders, shimmering with possibilities he couldn't ignore. He turned his gaze upward to the clouds that hung like a veil between earth and sky. Olympus, the realm of the gods, a place of power and glory, whispered in legends and glimpsed only in dreams. If he could defeat the chimera, if divine blood pulsed in his veins, then why should he stop here? The idea took root, fueled by every cheer, every awed glance. He wasn't just a villager anymore. He was Bellerophon, rider of Pegasus, slayer of monsters. Perhaps he belonged among the immortals. The notion wasn't new. It had flickered in his mind during the battle, a spark amid the chaos, but now it blazed. He paced the hill, the spear in hand, its weight a comfort and a challenge. Pegasus watched him, its deep eyes steady, as if sensing the shift within him. What do you think? He asked, half to the horse, half to himself. We've conquered the earth. Why not the heavens? Pegasus nickered, shaking its mane, and Bellerophon took it as agreement. That night, he sat by a fire outside his mother's hut, the village quiet, save for the crackle of flames. She knelt beside him, her hands rough from years of weaving, her eyes soft with pride. You've done more than I ever dreamed, she said, her voice trembling. The gods chose you, my son. He nodded, staring into the fire, but her words stirred the rumors he'd once dismissed. Poseidon, the sea god, his father. If it was true, then he was no mere mortal. He was a bridge between worlds, destined to rise. I'm not finished, he said, his tone firm. She looked at him, brow furrowing. The chimera's gone. What more is there? He hesitated, then pointed to the sky. Olympus. I want to see it, to stand there. Her face paled, but he pressed on. I've earned it, haven't I? After everything? She gripped his arm, her voice low. The gods don't share their thrones, Bellerophon. Be content with what you've won. He pulled away, standing abruptly. Content? I've flown with Pegasus. I've killed a monster no one else could. I'm not meant to stay here, weaving baskets and growing old. Her silence was heavy, her eyes glistening with fear he didn't understand. He left her by the fire, mounting Pegasus and taking to the sky. The night air was cool, the stars sharp and endless above. He flew higher than he ever had, the village shrinking to a speck, the mountains fading into shadow. The clouds parted, revealing a faint shimmer, a golden haze that might have been Olympus itself. His heart raced, a mix of exhilaration and defiance. He could do this. He would. The next morning, He announced his plan to the villagers. They gathered in the square, their faces a mix of awe and unease. I'm going to Olympus, he declared, Pegasus rearing behind him, wings spread wide. I've saved you. Now I'll claim my place among the gods. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some cheered, others whispered prayers, their faith in him warring with doubt. He didn't wait for their approval. With a leap, he and Pegasus soared upward, leaving the village behind. The ascent was breathtaking. The air grew thin, the wind fierce, but Pegasus climbed with unwavering strength, its wings cutting through the mist. Bellerophon clung to the bridle, the spear strapped to his back, his eyes fixed on the golden glow ahead. The world below vanished, swallowed by clouds, and a strange stillness settled over them. The sky shimmered, alive with colors he couldn't name, blues deeper than the sea, golds brighter than the sun. His chest tightened, not with fear, but with certainty. This was where he belonged. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. Time seemed to bend in the heights. The glow intensified, resolving into shapes, towers of marble, arches of light, a city that defied the laws of earth. Olympus. Its gates loomed ahead, massive and radiant, flanked by statues of gods frozen in eternal watch. Bellerophon's breath caught, a grin spreading across his face. He'd made it. He'd reached the divine, but as they neared, a figure appeared, a silhouette against the light, vast and imposing. The air thickened, charged with power, and Pegasus slowed, its ears flattening. The figure took form. Poseidon, his father, his trident gleaming like a storm made solid. His eyes, blue as the abyss, fixed on Bellerophon, with a mix of sorrow and warning. Turn back, Poseidon said, his voice rolling like waves. This is not your place. Bellerophon straightened, defiance flaring. I'm your son, he shot back. I've slain the chimera. I've earned this. Poseidon's gaze darkened. You've earned honor, not godhood. Mortal blood binds you to the earth, no matter what flows in your veins. Go home, Bellerophon. Live as a hero. Live as a hero, he laughed, sharp and bitter. I've outgrown that. I've flown higher than any man, fought what no one else dared. I'm not turning back. He urged Pegasus forward, past the god, toward the gates. Poseidon's voice followed, heavy with regret. You chase what you cannot hold. The gods do not bend for pride. But Bellerophon ignored him, his focus locked on the shimmering city. Pegasus hesitated, its wings faltering, but he pressed on, determination overriding doubt. The gates grew closer, their light blinding, their promise intoxicating. He could see it now, halls of gold, rivers of nectar, the thrones of the immortals. He imagined himself there, the spear in hand, Pegasus at his side, a name etched in eternity. The villagers would tell his story for generations, but it wouldn't end with the chimera. It would end here, in glory. The air hummed, a vibration that rattled his bones, and Pegasus nickered, uneasy. Bellerophon tightened his grip, pushing forward. The gates were within reach, their warmth brushing his skin. He laughed, a sound of triumph and defiance, as they crossed the threshold, or tried to. A flash erupted, white hot and deafening, and the world tilted. Pegasus reared, wings thrashing, and Bellerophon's vision blurred. A force struck him, not physical, but overwhelming, a will greater than his own. He glimpsed a figure atop the highest peak, Zeus, his presence a storm unleashed, his eyes blazing with fury. Lightning crackled, and a voice boomed, shaking the heavens. No mortal trespasses here. The spear slipped from his grasp, tumbling into the void, and Pegasus bucked, panic seizing it. Bellerophon clung to the bridle, shouting, "Hold steady!" But the horse couldn't obey, not against this. A bolt of light slammed into them, and he was torn free, his hands grasping air as Pegasus vanished into the brilliance. He fell, the sky spinning, the golden city receding above. The wind roared in his ears, cold and merciless, as the earth rushed up to claim him. His scream was lost to the storm, his triumph shattered in an instant. Olympus faded, a dream he'd dared to touch, and darkness closed in. The fall was endless, a plunge through a void of wind and light that tore at Bellerophon's senses. The golden haze of Olympus vanished above, swallowed by swirling clouds as the earth loomed below, a vast, unforgiving expanse rushing to meet him. His arms flailed, grasping for Pegasus, for the spear, for anything to anchor him, but his hands closed on nothing. The air howled in his ears, a deafening roar that drowned out his cries, and his body twisted helplessly, caught in the grip of a force he couldn't fight. The thrill of his ascent, the certainty of his destiny, crumbled into terror as he realized what he'd provoked. Zeus's voice still echoed in his mind. No mortal trespasses here. Each word a thunderclap that reverberated through his bones. The lightning had struck with precision, severing him from Pegasus, hurling him from the gates he'd dared to breach. He saw flashes of the horse's white wings, frantic and fading, swallowed by the brilliance of Olympus. His chest tightened, not just from the fall, but from the loss. Pegasus, his companion, his strength, torn away in an instant. The clouds parted, and the ground came into sharp focus. Jagged peaks, rolling hills, the village a distant blur. He braced himself, every muscle tensing, but there was no stopping it. The impact loomed, inevitable, and yet, as the earth neared, a strange calm settled over him. He'd reached for the heavens. He'd touched the divine. If this was the price, so be it. But the gods weren't done with him. A gust of wind surged upward, unnatural and fierce, slowing his descent. It wasn't salvation. It was judgment. The air thickened, cushioning his fall just enough to keep him alive. And he struck the ground with a force that shattered his breath. Pain exploded through him, white-hot and blinding, as he crashed into a rocky slope beyond the village. His body rolled, tumbling over stone and dirt, until he came to rest in a shallow ravine, broken but breathing. For a moment, there was only silence, punctuated by the ragged gasps tearing from his throat. Dust settled around him, coating his bloodied skin, his tattered tunic shredded from the fall. He tried to move, but agony pinned him, his legs twisted at wrong angles, his arms trembling with the effort. The spear was gone, lost to the skies, and Pegasus was nowhere in sight. He was alone, a fallen star cast back to the earth. Above, the clouds churned, dark and heavy, lit by flickers of lightning. A shadow loomed within them, vast and terrible. Zeus, king of the gods, his presence a storm made manifest. Bellerophon forced his head up, squinting through the haze, and saw him, a figure cloaked in thunder, his eyes glowing with wrath, his voice rolling like an avalanche. "You dared to climb beyond your station," Zeus intoned, each syllable shaking the ravine. "You, a mortal, sought the thrones of the immortals. For your hubris, You will pay. Bellerophon's lips parted, a protest forming, but pain choked it back. He'd won their favor, Athena's spear, Poseidon's blood, hadn't he? He'd slain the Chimera, saved his people. Why this? But Zeus's gaze silenced him, unyielding and absolute. Courage lifted you, the god continued, but pride cast you down. You will live, Bellerophon, but not as you were. Your eyes will see no more glory. Your legs will bear no more quests. You will wander the earth, a lesson to those who forget their place. A bolt of lightning lanced from the sky, striking the ground beside him. The flash seared his vision, a blinding white that burned into his skull. He screamed, clutching his face, but the light didn't fade. It consumed, stripping the world away. When it finally receded, darkness remained. He blinked, frantic, but saw nothing. No sky, no rocks, no God. Blindness enveloped him, cold and complete. He clawed at the earth, panic rising, his hands scraping over stone. His legs wouldn't move. The bones shattered, pinning him to his fate. No, he rasped, his voice raw. I'm your son's blood. I'm a hero. But the wind carried his words away, unanswered. Zeus was gone, the storm dissipating, leaving only the distant rumble of thunder as judgment settled. Time blurred, hours or days lost. To pain and despair, he dragged himself from the ravine, inch by agonizing inch, his hands bloodied from the effort. The world was a void, sound and touch his only guides. The wind whispered through the grass, the ground shifted beneath him, but he couldn't see the path. Hunger gnawed at him, thirst parched his throat, yet he moved, driven by a stubborn will that refused to break. He didn't know where he was when the villagers found him. Their voices reached him first, soft, hesitant, then sharp with shock. It's him, a woman whispered. Bellerophon. Hands lifted him, gentle but trembling, and he felt the warmth of a cloak draped over his shoulders. They carried him back, their steps slow, their silence heavy with questions they didn't dare ask. The village square was alive with murmurs as they laid him on a pallet. He couldn't see their faces, but he felt their stares. Pity, fear, confusion. What happened? A man asked, his voice familiar, one of the farmers who'd cheered his name. Bellerophon turned his head, sightless eyes searching, and rasped, I flew too high. They tended him, cleaning his wounds, binding his legs, but their hands were uncertain, their faith shaken. The hero they'd crowned was a ruin, blind, crippled, a shadow of the man who'd ridden Pegasus into battle. Some stayed, offering broth and quiet words, but others drifted away, their whispers turning to doubt. The pyre's ashes were cold now, the chimera, a fading memory. Bellerophon was no longer their savior. He was a warning. Nights passed, the village settling into a rhythm he couldn't join. He lay in his mother's hut, her presence a quiet comfort, though her tears dampened the air. I told you, she murmured once, her voice breaking. The gods don't share. He didn't reply, his jaw tight, his mind replaying the fall, the gates, the lightning, the loss. Regret crept in, bitter and slow, but pride lingered too, a ember that wouldn't die. One evening, as the wind sighed through the cracks, he heard it, a faint whinny carried from the sky. Pegasus? He sat up, heart pounding, straining to listen. It came again, distant but clear, a sound that pierced his darkness. He reached out, as if he could touch it, but the sound faded, leaving him grasping air. Was it real, or a cruel echo of what he'd lost? He sank back, the ache in his chest sharper than his broken bones. The villagers spoke of it later. A white shape glimpsed in the clouds, a horse with wings, riderless and free. Some called it a sign, others a ghost. But Bellerophon knew the truth. Pegasus lived, taken by the gods, a piece of him forever beyond reach. The realization cut deeper than Zeus's punishment, a wound no one could see. He adapted in time, learning the world through sound and touch, the clatter of carts, the rustle of leaves, the voices of children who once ran to him with flowers. They became his map. His hands, once steady with a spear, grew clumsy, fumbling with sticks to guide his steps. His legs remained useless, a constant reminder of his fall. But he refused help, dragging himself when he could, his pride a stubborn shield. The village moved on, its people rebuilding, their lives no longer tethered to his legend. They spoke of him less, their cheers replaced by quiet nods, their offerings by averted eyes. He became a figure on the fringes, a blind man, a cripple, a tale half remembered, yet he listened, always, for that whinny in the wind, a thread of hope or torment he couldn't let go. Zeus's punishment was complete, not death, but a life stripped of glory, a mirror held to his hubris. Bellerophon lived, as the god had decreed, but the man who'd soared to Olympus was gone, buried beneath the weight of his own ambition. The seasons turned over the village, a slow dance of sun and rain that softened the scars left by the chimera. Fields bloomed with golden wheat. Children laughed as they chased each other through the streets, and the air carried the scent of fresh bread rather than ash. The pyre where the beast had burned was now a patch of wildflowers, its terror reduced to a story told by firelight. Life had returned, resilient and whole, but Bellerophon remained apart from it, a shadow cast by a glory long faded. He lived on the edge of the village now, in a small hut his mother had built before her strength gave out. She was gone, taken by a fever 2 winters past. Her final words, a quiet plea for him to find peace. He hadn't, not fully, but he'd learned to carry her loss, as he carried everything else. Blindness cloaked his world in perpetual night, his eyes useless, their once sharp green dulled to memory. His legs, twisted and broken from the fall, refused to bear him, leaving him to crawl or lean on a crude staff he'd fashioned from a fallen branch. His hands, once steady with a spear, trembled now, scarred and slow, but they still knew the earth. The dirt he gripped, the wind he felt, the life he could no longer see. The villagers treated him with a mix of kindness and distance. They brought him food, bread, dried fish, a jar of honey when the harvest was good. But their visits were brief, their words careful. He was no longer the hero who'd soared above them, no longer the name they chanted. He was Bellerophon, the blind beggar, the man who'd flown too high and fallen too far. Children still came, drawn by curiosity, their small voices asking for tales of Pegasus and the Chimera. He'd tell them, his voice rough but steady, painting the sky with words, white wings cutting through clouds, flames roaring from a monster's jaws. They'd listen, wide-eyed, then scamper off, leaving him with the echo of their laughter and the weight of what he'd lost. He spent his days by the hut's door, the sun warming his face, the wind his only companion. It was the wind he listened to most, its whispers threading through the silence. Sometimes he heard it, a faint whinny, high and fleeting, carried from the heavens. Pegasus? He'd tilt his head, straining to catch it, his heart lurching with a hope he couldn't kill. Was it real, or just the ghost of a bond severed by his pride? He didn't know, but it kept him tethered, a thread to the man he'd been. The years etched themselves into him, lines on his face, gray in his tangled hair, a weariness that settled deep. He'd once burned with ambition, a fire that drove him to Olympus, but now he smoldered, the embers of that drive buried beneath regret. Yet regret wasn't all he felt. There was something else, something quieter, a reckoning, a slow unraveling of the choices that had brought him here. One evening, as the sun dipped low, its warmth fading from his skin, he heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, unlike the hurried tread of the villagers. A presence settled beside him, heavy with a power he hadn't felt since the cliffs of Arendor. The air stirred, carrying the salt of the sea, and he knew before the voice spoke. Bellerophon, it said, deep and resonant, like waves breaking on stone. Poseidon. He turned his head, sightless eyes searching. Father, he replied, the word rough with years of silence. He felt the god's gaze, not wrathful, but steady, a weight that pressed without crushing. You've endured, Poseidon said, longer than most would. Endured, Bellerophon echoed, a bitter edge to his voice. Blind, broken, forgotten. Is that what you call it? The god was silent for a moment, the wind rustling between them. You called it upon yourself, he said at last. I warned you, as did Athena. The heavens are not for men, no matter their blood. Bellerophon's jaw tightened, old defiance flickering. I saved them. The chimera would have burned everything. I deserved more than this. Deserved? Poseidon's tone sharpened, though not with anger. You took what was given. Courage, a steed, a spear, and reached for what was not. Glory is earned, not seized. You flew to Olympus, not for them, but for yourself. The words stung, piercing the armor of his pride. He wanted to argue, to shout that he'd been chosen, marked by the gods themselves. But the fight drained from him, leaving only truth. He saw it now, clear in the darkness of his mind. The cheers of the villagers hadn't been enough. The victory over the chimera, a stepping stone to something grander. He'd craved the divine, not to serve, but to stand equal, and he'd paid for it. I was a fool, he said, the admission raw, tearing free after years of silence. I thought I could be more. Poseidon's voice softened, a tide receding. You were more. A hero, a light to your people. But even heroes have bounds. Courage raises men, Bellerophon, but pride pulls them into the abyss. He nodded, the weight of it settling into his bones. The wind picked up, carrying that faint whinny again, and he smiled, a small, broken thing. Pegasus, he murmured. Does he live? He soars, Poseidon replied. Free, as he was meant to be. A gift you wielded well, until you wielded it too far. Bellerophon let the words sink in, a bittersweet ache blooming in his chest. Pegasus lived, untethered, a piece of his soul forever aloft. It was enough, not the triumph he'd sought, but a quiet comfort, a thread unbroken. Poseidon's presence faded, the air lightening, but his final words lingered. Your story isn't lost, son. It endures, as you do. Then he was gone, leaving Bellerophon alone with the dusk. He sat there, the night creeping in, the village sounds drifting on the breeze, laughter, the clatter of a cart, a mother calling her child, life, ordinary and resilient, the life he'd saved. He traced the staff in his hands, its wood worn smooth by his grip, and felt the earth beneath him, solid, unyielding, his place. The hunger for Olympus was gone, burned out by Zeus's lightning, tempered by Poseidon's truth. What remained was acceptance, hard won and fragile. The next morning, a boy came, his footsteps light, his voice eager. "Tell me about the Chimera again," he said, settling beside him. Bellerophon leaned back, the staff across his lap, and began the dream, the horse, the battle in the sky. His words flowed, steady and vivid, painting a tale that wasn't just his anymore. The boy listened, rapt, and when it ended, he whispered, "You were brave." Bellerophon chuckled, a sound rough with disuse. "I was, and foolish." The boy ran off, his footsteps fading, and Bellerophon tilted his head to the sky he couldn't see. The wind brushed his face, carrying that whinny one last time. Or perhaps it was his imagination, a gift from memory. He didn't chase it now. He let it go, a final release. The village carried on, its people weaving his story into their own, a hero who rose, who fell, who lived to remind them of the line between courage and pride. They didn't crown him with flowers anymore, didn't chant his name, but they remembered, in their fields, their fires, their children's dreams. He endured, not as a god, but as a man. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and one quiet evening, he slipped away. The villagers found him by the hut, his staff at his side, his face calm, as if he'd finally found the peace his mother had wished for. They buried him on the hill, where he'd once stood with Pegasus, the spear's glow a distant memory, the wildflowers swaying above him. Above, the sky stretched wide, and a white shape darted through the clouds. Pegasus, soaring free, silent farewell. The wind carried a whisper, faint but clear. Bellerophon, hero of victory, victim of himself. His story settled into the earth, a lesson etched in time. Courage lifts, pride destroys, and humanity lies in the balance. The village thrived, its people strong, their lives a testament to the man who'd saved them. And in the heavens, the gods watched, silent, their thrones untouched, their order preserved. Bellerophon was gone, but his echo lingered, a star that burned bright and fell, illuminating the cost of reaching too far. Story, Midas' redemption. In the ancient land of Phrygia, where the sun painted the fields with hues of gold and the rivers hummed timeless tunes, there rose a kingdom that shimmered with wealth and grandeur. At its center stood the magnificent palace of King Midas, a ruler whose very name echoed through the ages as a symbol of riches and might. The palace was a breathtaking sight. Its towering columns gleamed under the daylight, and its walls were adorned with mosaics that told tales of triumph and treasure. Yet, for all its splendor, the palace also reflected the heart of its master, a man whose thirst for more could never be quenched. Every morning, King Midas would step onto his balcony, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. But it wasn't the rolling hills or the bustling villages below that held his gaze. It was the thought of treasures yet unclaimed, riches that lay just beyond his grasp. His vaults were stuffed with gold coins, glittering jewels, and silks finer than any woven in distant lands. Still, his heart felt hollow, a void that no amount of wealth could fill. The people of Phrygia whispered that Midas's greed was like the endless sea, deep, unyielding, and forever reaching for more. Midas ruled with a grip as firm as iron and a spirit as cold as stone. His palace overflowed with bounty, spices from the sun-scorched south, rare gems from the east, and gold, always more gold. But no matter how much he amassed, it was never enough. Night after night, he'd retreat to his chambers, his fingers tracing the edges of coins as he dreamed of greater fortunes. His people, though they lived in a land of plenty, bore the weight of his ambition. Taxes climbed higher with each passing season, and the king's demands for tribute left little room for mercy. In the marketplaces, hushed voices spoke of their struggles, but Midas turned a deaf ear. To him, their complaints were mere murmurs drowned out by the clinking of coins. It was this restless hunger that set him on a path toward destiny. Word had reached the palace of a legendary treasure hidden deep within the enchanted forest that bordered Phrygia, a prize said to be guarded by ancient magic. The rumors danced in Midas's mind like sparks, igniting his imagination with visions of untold wealth. Unable to resist, he summoned his finest hunters and prepared to claim what he believed was rightfully his. As the preparations unfolded, Theron, his chief advisor, approached with a furrowed brow. Theron was an old man, his hair white as snow, and his eyes heavy with the wisdom of years. "My king," he said, his voice steady but tinged with worry, "is it wise to chase this treasure? The forest is alive with enchantment, and many who venture there never return." Midas waved a dismissive hand. "Nonsense, Theron. The gods favor me. No harm will come to their chosen king." Theron pressed on, undeterred. "Wealth isn't everything, sire. There are treasures greater than gold, things no coin can buy." Midas let out a sharp laugh, the sound echoing off the marble walls. "Greater than gold? Tell me, old man, what could possibly rival it? With enough wealth, I can command loyalty, power, even joy itself." Theron's gaze softened with sadness. "Some things can't be bought, my lord. I hope you see that before it's too late." But Midas turned away, his thoughts already fixed on the prize. That evening, as the palace buzzed with activity, a grand feast filled the throne room. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, fresh fruits, and golden loaves of bread. Yet Midas barely touched the spread. His mind was elsewhere, plotting the journey ahead. A minister spoke up, his tone cautious. "My lord, the people grow restless. Taxes weigh them down, and many struggle to feed their families. Perhaps we could lighten their load?" Midas's face darkened. "They'll manage. I need gold to strengthen our armies and stretch our borders. This treasure will bring prosperity to all of Phrygia. Mark my words." Theron tried again. "Sire, shared wealth builds a stronger kingdom. Show kindness, and the people will adore you." "Adoration fades," Midas snapped. "Gold endures. With it, I'll forge respect that lasts forever." The courtiers shifted uncomfortably, their silence heavy. Just then, a small figure bounded into the room. Princess Zoe, Midas's daughter. At 10 years old, she was a burst of light with her golden curls and wide, curious eyes. "Father," she chirped, scrambling onto his lap, "will you tell me a story tonight?" For a fleeting moment, Midas's stern features softened. Not tonight, little one. I've got important plans to tend to. Zoe's lip jutted out. But you promised. Tomorrow, maybe, he said, easing her down. Off to bed now. With a reluctant huff, Zoe scampered away, leaving Midas to his schemes. Make sure everything's ready by dawn, he ordered his advisors. We leave at first light. The next morning broke crisp and cool, the autumn air alive with the scent of fallen leaves. Midas led his entourage into the enchanted forest, a realm unlike any other in Phrygia. Towering trees, their trunks thick as houses, stretched toward the heavens, their branches weaving a canopy that dimmed the sun to a faint glow. The forest floor was a tapestry of moss and ferns, dotted with flowers that shimmered as if lit from within. Shadows danced with life, deer darted through the underbrush, while stranger creatures, like glowing sprites and elusive will-o'-the-wisps, flickered just out of sight. The hunters moved with care, their instincts sharp in the humming stillness. Even they, seasoned as they were, felt the forest's watchful presence. Midas pressed forward, undaunted, his heart pounding with the thrill of the chase. Then, piercing the quiet, a cry rang out, a desperate sound, both human and wild. What was that? Midas demanded, his pulse quickening. It came from over there, his chief hunter replied, nodding toward a faint glow ahead. Follow it, Midas commanded, leading the way. They pushed through the tangled growth until they reached a small clearing bathed in an eerie, pulsing light. There, trapped in a web of glowing vines, was a figure straight out of legend. Pan, the god of the wild. His lower half was that of a goat, his upper body human, crowned with curling horns. His usually playful eyes were wide with panic as the vines tightened around him. Midas recognized him at once. Though no devout follower of the gods, he knew their power and the rewards they could offer. Free him, he ordered. His men hesitated, their hands hovering over their weapons. But sire, one stammered, those vines, they're alive with magic. What if they trap us too? Stand aside if you're afraid, Midas said, stepping forward. In his hand, he clutched his royal scepter, a gift from his father, adorned with sacred stones and said to carry divine protection. With a steady breath, he pressed its tip to the vines. A brilliant flash erupted, and the vines hissed and shrank back, releasing Pan in a tumble of fur and hooves. The god rose, brushing off dirt and twigs. Well, mortal king, he said, his voice rich and warm, you've done me a fine turn today. I'm Pan, lord of the wild, and I owe you my thanks. Name your heart's desire, and I'll grant it. Midas's eyes gleamed with greed. Great Pan, he said without pause, I wish that everything I touch turns to gold. Pan's grin faltered, a shadow crossing his face. Are you sure, King Midas? That's a heavy gift, one that might bring more tears than treasures. But Midas's mind was alight with visions of golden palaces and endless riches. I'm certain, he insisted. Give me this power, and I'll honor you always. Pan sighed, a sound heavy with knowing. As you wish. He lifted a hand, and a cascade of golden light poured over Midas, warm and tingling as it sank into his skin. So be it, Pan said, and with that, he vanished, leaving the clearing silent once more. Midas stared at his hands, flexing them in wonder. He felt unchanged, yet a spark of anticipation burned within him. Eager to test his gift, he bent down and brushed a small stone with his fingertips. Instantly, it shimmered and hardened into gleaming gold. He lifted it, marveling at its perfection, and a laugh burst from his lips, wild, triumphant, unstoppable. "Look at this," he cried, turning to his men. "See what your king can do." They crowded close, all lighting their faces. "Unbelievable," one whispered. "A true blessing, my lord." Midas touched a leaf, then a twig, then a flower, each one transformed into a golden marvel. "Back to the palace," he declared, his voice ringing with glee. "I'll show this gift to all of Phrygia." As they retraced their steps through the forest, Midas's smile never faded. He pictured his courtiers' gasps, the envy of rival kings, and a kingdom drowning in gold. In his excitement, he couldn't see the shadow lurking beneath his wish, a shadow that would soon stretch far beyond the forest's edge. The journey back to the palace was a whirlwind of golden dreams and hushed excitement. King Midas led his entourage, his heart racing with the thrill of what lay ahead. The forest, once a shadowy realm of secrets and peril, now seemed to part before him, its leaves rustling like a chorus of admirers. In his hand, he gripped the golden stone, its cool weight a tangible promise of the power he now possessed. Behind him, the hunters followed in silence, their eyes reflecting the marvel they had witnessed. As they broke free from the forest's embrace, the vast fields of Phrygia unfurled before them, glowing in the amber light of dusk. Midas urged his horse onward, eager to return to his kingdom and reveal his extraordinary gift. The palace rose on the horizon, its marble spires shimmering like symbols of boundless wealth. To Midas, it was no longer merely a home, it was the cornerstone of a golden empire he would soon forge. The palace gates swung wide as they approached, and a crowd of courtiers gathered to welcome their king. Rumors of his return had spread like wildfire, and the air crackled with anticipation. Midas dismounted with a dramatic sweep of his cloak and strode into the grand hall. The throne room, already a vision of splendor, with its tapestried walls and gleaming floors, seemed dull in comparison to the brilliance he now envisioned. "Summon the court," he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the chamber. "I have something extraordinary to share." The courtiers exchanged curious glances, sensing a shift in their king's demeanor. They had seen his grand ambitions before, but this time there was an edge to his excitement that set their nerves on edge. Soon, the hall brimmed with Phrygia's elite, ministers, advisors, and nobles, all eager to behold the treasure their king had brought from the enchanted forest. Midas stood before his throne, the golden stone raised aloft, light danced across its surface, and a wave of gasps rippled through the assembly. "Behold," he proclaimed, "a gift bestowed upon me by the gods themselves. With a single touch, I can transform anything into gold." A stunned silence fell, the gravity of his words sinking in. Then, to demonstrate, Midas reached out and grazed the edge of his throne. Instantly, a golden glow spread from his fingertips, enveloping the wood in a radiant sheen. Within moments, the throne gleamed as a solid mass of gold. The hall erupted in exclamations of wonder, followed by thunderous applause. "Magnificent!" shouted a noble, his voice trembling with awe. "A divine miracle!" cried another, dropping to one knee. Midas soaked in their praise, his pride swelling. "This is just the beginning," he declared. "With this power, Phrygia will rise as the richest kingdom in existence. Our foes will cower, and our friends will kneel in reverence." We shall craft a legacy to outlast time itself. The courtiers roared their approval, swept up in the fervor. Yet, amid the jubilation, a few remained reserved. Theron, the chief adviser, lingered at the crowd's edge, his face etched with worry. A veteran of Midas's father's reign, he knew the perils of unchecked desire. As the cheers subsided, he stepped forward, his tone steady but grave. My king, he said, this is indeed a wondrous gift, but I implore you to wield it wisely. The gods rarely offer such power without a hidden cost. Midas's smile wavered, irritation flashing in his eyes. Wisely, Theron, this is a blessing, not a burden. The gods have chosen me, and I will not squander their favor. Theron inclined his head, though his gaze remained troubled. As you wish, sire, but true riches lie not in gold, but in the loyalty of those who stand with you. Midas dismissed him with a wave, turning back to admire his golden throne. He traced its contours, captivated by its flawless sheen. Bring me more, he commanded. Bring me items to transform. Let all witness the glory of Midas. Servants hastened to comply, retrieving a wooden stool, a vase, a woven cloth. One by one, Midas touched them, and one by one, they turned to gold. The hall sparkled with his handiwork, each piece a testament to his power. The courtiers' initial unease gave way to reverence, their eyes gleaming with reflected gold. As night approached, Midas's zeal only intensified. He roamed the palace, gilding pillars, statues, and even the delicate petals of garden flowers, leaving a trail of shimmering splendor. The palace, already a monument to prosperity, now radiated an unearthly glow. News of his gift reached beyond its walls, drawing the people of Phrygia to gather outside, yearning to glimpse the wonders within. Then, a small voice pierced the revelry. Father, father, look what I found. Midas turned to see Princess Zoe bounding toward him, her golden curls dancing. In her hands, she cradled a vivid blue butterfly. Isn't it lovely? She asked, her face alight with childlike joy. Midas's expression softened. It is, my sweet, but handle it gently. It's delicate. Zoe laughed, lifting it closer. Can I keep it? Before he could answer, the butterfly flitted from her grasp and alighted on his hand. In an instant, its wings froze, its form hardening into a golden relic. Zoe's delight turned to dismay. Father, what happened? Why is it gold? Midas stiffened, the moment's weight crashing over him. He stared at the lifeless butterfly, a twinge of disquiet stirring within. It's the gift, Zoe. Everything I touch becomes gold. Tears brimmed in Zoe's eyes, her voice quivering. But it was alive. Now it's just a thing. Midas knelt beside her, his tone tender. Don't be sad, little one. It's still beautiful, and now it'll last forever. Zoe shook her head, stepping back. I liked it better when it could fly. She fled into the palace, leaving Midas with the golden butterfly. He gazed at it, doubt gnawing at him, but he brushed it aside. She's too young to understand, he murmured. They'll all come to see. That night, Midas retired to his chambers, his mind ablaze with visions of grandeur, golden armies, fleets, cities stretching to the horizon. In his dreams, he sat atop a throne, piercing the heavens, reigning over a gilded world. Yet, even in sleep, a faint unease lingered, a whisper he refused to heed. Morning dawned. and Midas awoke to a palace aglow. Its golden surfaces dazzled in the sunlight, a spectacle of his making. He rose, eager to resume his work, but paused as he reached for his robe. The fabric, once plush, now felt rigid and cold beneath his touch. He drew back, frowning. Perhaps I should choose more carefully, he mused. Not everything needs to be gold. He dressed with care, avoiding his possessions, and proceeded to the dining hall. A lavish breakfast awaited: fresh bread, ripe fruits, succulent meats. His hunger surged, but as he grasped a loaf, it turned to gold. He stared at it, appetite waning. No matter, he said, forcing a grin. The servants can bring untouched food. Yet the flaw in his plan soon dawned on him. Anything he touched, plates, cups, food, would transform. Frustration coiled within him. Fetch me water, he snapped. A servant presented a goblet, but as Midas took it, the water solidified into a golden mass. He slammed it down, his patience fraying. This is absurd. How am I to eat or drink? The servants shrank back, uncertain. Theron, observing from the threshold, approached. My king, perhaps it's time to rethink this gift. It seems to bring more hardship than happiness. Midas's eyes blazed. Dare you challenge the god's will, Theron? This is my destiny, and I'll not be thwarted. Find a way for me to eat. Now. Theron bowed, his face unreadable. As you command, sire. We'll seek a solution. But as the day dragged on, no answer emerged. Midas's hunger deepened, fueling his irritation. He paced the golden halls, his footsteps ringing out. The courtiers, once jubilant, now watched with apprehension, their murmurs tinged with dread. In desperation, Midas sought refuge in his private garden, hoping for peace among the blooms. Yet his touch turned roses to metallic husks and grass to a gleaming sheet. He sank to his knees, hands shaking as the truth sank in. What have I wrought? He whispered, voice breaking. I sought joy, but found only sorrow. As if summoned, Pan appeared at the garden's edge, his gaze a blend of pity and mirth. King Midas, he said, you seem distressed. Is the gift not to your taste? Midas looked up, pleading, Great Pan, I beg you, remove this curse. I cannot eat, drink, or cherish what I love. All becomes cold gold. Pan tilted his head, considering. I cautioned you, yet greed blinded you. Now you grasp what truly matters. Midas nodded, tears falling. I see it. Please help me undo this. Pan's smile softened. Very well. I'll offer you a chance at redemption. But first, prove you've learned your lesson. With that, Pan vanished, leaving Midas in the golden stillness. Rising, resolve replaced his despair. He would break this curse, whatever it took. King Midas stood alone in his golden garden, the weight of his choices pressing heavily upon him. The once vibrant flowers, now frozen in gilded perfection, seemed to mock his folly. He clenched his fists. The cold metal of the butterfly still clutched in his hand, a constant reminder of what he had lost. But Pan's words echoed in his mind. Prove you've learned your lesson. Determination flared within him. He would do whatever it took to break the curse and reclaim his life. With newfound resolve, Midas strode back into the palace, his footsteps resolute against the marble floors. The courtiers, sensing his shift in demeanor, parted silently as he passed, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and curiosity. In the throne room, Theron awaited, his expression a blend of concern and hope. My king, he said, have you reconsidered your path? Midas nodded, his voice steady. I have, Theron. I must undo this curse. Pan has offered me a chance, but I need to prove that I understand the true value of life. I must find a way to show that I've changed. Theron's eyes softened with relief. That is wise, sire. But how will you begin? Midas paused, contemplating. First, I must address the people. They've suffered under my greed, and I need to make amends. With Theron's assistance, Midas summoned the citizens of Phrygia to the palace courtyard. As the crowd gathered, a sea of weary faces looked up at their king, their expressions a mix of skepticism and hope. Midas stepped forward, his golden robe glinting in the sunlight, but his demeanor was humble, a stark contrast to the arrogant ruler they had known. People of Phrygia, he began, his voice carrying across the courtyard. I stand before you not as a king of gold, but as a man who has erred. My desire for wealth has brought suffering to you and to me. I have learned that true riches lie not in gold, but in the love and loyalty of those around us. A murmur rippled through the crowd, surprise and disbelief mingling in their whispers. Midas continued, to prove my sincerity, I will open the royal vaults and distribute gold to those in need. I will lower taxes and ensure that no one in Phrygia goes hungry, and I will seek to undo the damage my gift has caused. The crowd's murmurs turned to cheers, their faces lighting up with hope. Midas felt a warmth in his chest, a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. Genuine connection with his people. But he knew this was only the first step. As the crowd dispersed, Midas turned to Theron. Now, I must find a way to break the curse itself. Pan mentioned a task, but he didn't specify what it was. I need to seek his guidance. Theron nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps you should return to the enchanted forest. That is where you first encountered him, and it may be where you can find him again. Midas agreed. I will go at once, but I must go alone. This is my burden to bear. Theron hesitated, concern etched on his face. Are you sure, sire? The forest is treacherous, and you may need assistance. Midas shook his head firmly. No, Theron. This is something I must do on my own. I need to prove to Pan and to myself that I am truly changed. With a heavy heart, Theron acquiesced. Very well, my king. May the gods guide you on your journey. Midas prepared for his trek, donning a simple cloak and leaving behind his golden trappings. As he stepped into the forest once more, the familiar shadows enveloped him, but this time he felt a sense of purpose rather than greed. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, and the air hummed with magic, but Midas pressed on, his eyes scanning for any sign of Pan. Hours passed, and the forest grew denser, the path more obscure. Midas's stomach rumbled with hunger, a stark reminder of his curse. He couldn't eat or drink, and his strength waned with each step. But he refused to give up. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in twilight, Midas stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in an ethereal glow. There, seated on a moss-covered rock, was Pan, his goat legs crossed, and his flute resting in his lap. He looked up as Midas approached, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Ah, King Midas, you've returned. Have you come to beg for mercy? Midas bowed his head, humility in his posture. Great Pan, I have come to prove that I have learned my lesson. I understand now that my greed has cost me dearly, and I wish to make things right. Please, tell me what I must do to break this curse. Pan's eyes twinkled with amusement. Very well, mortal king. I will give you a task to test your newfound wisdom. If you succeed, I will lift the curse. But if you fail, you will remain as you are, forever trapped by your own desire. Midas swallowed hard, nodding. I accept your challenge. What must I do? Pan gestured to the forest around them. Deep within this enchanted wood lies the river Pactolus, a sacred stream blessed by the gods. Its waters have the power to cleanse and purify. You must journey to the river and retrieve a vial of its water. But beware, the path is fraught with trials, and you must overcome them without relying on your golden touch. Midas's heart sank. Without his gift, he felt vulnerable, but he knew this was part of the test. I understand. I will face whatever challenges lie ahead. Pan's smile widened. Good. And one more thing. Along the way, you must help 3 beings in need. Only then will you prove that you value life over gold. With that, Pan vanished, leaving Midas alone in the clearing. The forest seemed to close in around him, the shadows deepening, but Midas steeled himself, taking a deep breath. I can do this, he whispered to himself. I must. He set off into the forest, his senses alert for any sign of the river or the beings he was meant to help. The first trial came swiftly. As he navigated a narrow path, he heard a faint whimpering. Following the sound, he discovered a small fox caught in a hunter's trap, its leg bleeding and its eyes wide with fear. Midas's heart ached at the sight. In the past, he might have ignored the creature, deeming it insignificant, but now he saw the value of its life. Carefully, he approached, speaking in soothing tones. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm here to help. The fox eyed him warily, but didn't struggle as Midas worked to free it from the trap. His fingers, though unable to turn things to gold, were still deft, and he managed to release the mechanism. The fox scampered free, pausing only to lick Midas's hand in gratitude before disappearing into the underbrush. Midas smiled, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. One down, he murmured, continuing on his way. The second trial emerged as night fell. The forest grew colder, and Midas's hunger intensified, weakening his steps. He stumbled upon a small cottage, its windows aglow with warm light. An elderly woman stood outside, struggling to carry a heavy bundle of firewood. Without hesitation, Midas approached. May I help you with that, ma'am? The woman looked up, surprise and gratitude in her eyes. Oh, bless you, kind sir. My back isn't what it used to be. Midas took the bundle, his muscles straining under the weight, but he carried it inside, placing it by the hearth. The woman offered him a seat and a bowl of stew, but Midas declined, knowing he couldn't eat. Thank you, but I must continue my journey. The woman nodded, her eyes wise. You're on a quest, aren't you? May the gods favor you, young man. Midas left the cottage, his spirit buoyed by the encounter. 2 beings helped, he thought, pressing onward. The final trial awaited him as dawn broke. Exhausted and famished, Midas reached a steep ravine, the only path forward blocked by a raging river. On the opposite bank, a young boy clung to a rock, the waters threatening to sweep him away. Midas's heart raced. He couldn't swim across without risking his own life. But he couldn't leave the child to perish. Remembering Pan's words, he knew this was his third test. Gathering his courage, Midas plunged into the icy water, fighting against the current with all his might. The river battered him, but he pushed forward, reaching the boy and grasping him tightly. With a Herculean effort, he pulled them both to safety on the far bank. The boy, shivering and terrified, clung to Midas. "Thank you, sir. I thought I was done for." Midas hugged him close, relief flooding through him. "You're safe now. Let's get you home." After ensuring the boy was reunited with his family, Midas continued his journey, his clothes still damp, but his resolve stronger than ever. Finally, as the sun reached its zenith, he heard the gentle murmur of flowing water. Pushing through a thicket, he emerged at the banks of the river Pactolus, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. Midas fell to his knees, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. He had overcome the trials, helped those in need, and reached his destination. With trembling hands, he filled a vial with the sacred water, knowing that this was his key to redemption. As he stood, a familiar figure appeared beside him. Pan, his expression one of approval. "Well done, King Midas. You have proven your worth and your change of heart. Now, take this water back to your palace, bathe in it, and the curse will be lifted." Midas bowed deeply. "Thank you, great Pan. I will never forget this lesson." Pan chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "See that you don't. And remember, true wealth is found in the love and loyalty of others, not in gold." With that, Pan vanished, and Midas began his journey back to Phrygia, the vial of water clutched tightly in his hand. The forest, once a place of peril, now seemed to guide him home, its paths clear and its shadows less daunting. As he emerged from the forest, the palace came into view, its golden spires gleaming in the distance. But to Midas, it no longer represented a monument to greed. It was a reminder of the lessons he had learned and the second chance he had been given. With each step, he felt lighter, his heart filled with hope. He would break the curse, reunite with his daughter, and rule Phrygia with wisdom and compassion. The golden touch would be no more, but in its place, Midas had gained something far more precious: understanding. King Midas stepped out of the enchanted forest, the small vial of Pactolus river water gripped firmly in his hand. The late afternoon sun cast a golden light over him, but this time it wasn't the lifeless shimmer of metal. It was the warm, living glow of hope. In the distance, the spires of the Phrygian palace rose against the sky, no longer monuments to his greed, but symbols of the hard-earned lesson he carried and the second chance he had fought for. His tired legs moved faster now, fueled by a surge of determination. At the palace gates, Theron, his steadfast advisor, waited anxiously, his eyes searching the horizon. When he saw Midas approaching, he hurried forward, his voice trembling with a mix of worry and anticipation. "Your Majesty," Theron exclaimed, "have you succeeded?" Midas raised the vial, his eyes shining with a quiet triumph. "I have, Theron. Pan set me a task, and I've completed it. Now, I will end this curse." A broad smile broke across Theron's face, relief washing over him. "Then we must act quickly, sire. Come inside. Princess Zoe is waiting, though she doesn't know where you've been." At the sound of his daughter's name, Midas's chest tightened. Zoe, his greatest treasure, the one he had nearly lost to his own foolishness. He nodded to Theron. "Take me to her." They entered the palace together, passing courtiers and servants who watched in silent curiosity. Midas no longer wore the opulent golden robes of his past. Instead, he was clad in a simple tunic, stained with the mud and sweat of his journey. Yet it was the change in his bearing, the newfound humility and strength that truly drew their attention. Theron led him to a small chamber where a stone basin had been set up, following the king's earlier orders. Standing nearby was Zoe, her young face etched with worry as she caught sight of her father. "Father!" she cried, rushing toward him, but halting just out of reach, her fear of his touch still lingering. Midas dropped to one knee, his voice thick with emotion. "Zoe, my dear, don't be afraid. I've found a way to fix everything. I won't harm you anymore." Zoe studied him, uncertainty warring with hope in her wide eyes. "Really, father? You won't turn everything to gold anymore?" Midas nodded, holding up the vial. "I promise you, Zoe. This water will break the curse. Step back and watch, all right?" She gave a small nod and retreated to Theron's side, clutching his robe for reassurance. Midas stood, drawing a deep breath as he approached the basin. He uncorked the vial, and the crisp, clean scent of the Pactolus River filled the room, carrying a strange, purifying energy. His hands shook slightly as he tipped the vial, pouring the water into the basin. Each drop sparkled like liquid crystal, catching the light in a way that felt almost alive. Then, with no hesitation, Midas stepped into the basin and plunged himself into the water. The cold shocked his senses, but within moments, a warmth began to spread from his fingertips, coursing through his veins. He shut his eyes, silently pleading that Pan's words would hold true. A gentle light flared from his body, radiating outward and filling the chamber with a soft glow. Zoe and Theron raised their hands to shield their eyes, startled by the sudden brilliance. When the light dimmed, Midas opened his eyes and looked at his hands. The metallic gleam was gone. His skin was flesh again, warm and human. Tentatively, he brushed his fingers against the stone basin, his heart hammering in his chest. Nothing turned to gold. The curse was gone. "Father!" Zoe shrieked, throwing herself into his arms without a trace of fear. Midas caught her, pulling her close and burying his face in her hair as tears spilled down his cheeks. Her warmth, her softness. He had missed this more than anything. "Zoe, I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I was wrong to care more about gold than you. From now on, I'll be a better father and a better king." Theron approached, brushing away his own tears. "Your Majesty, you've done what few could. Phrygia will rise anew under your rule." Midas rose to his feet, still holding Zoe tightly. "Theron, I want to speak to the people again. They deserve to know the curse is lifted, and I intend to keep my promises." The following day, the palace square overflowed with the people of Phrygia. Midas stood before them, dressed not in golden finery, but in a simple green cloak, a symbol of renewal. Zoe stood at his side, her small hand in his, her face glowing with pride. "People of Phrygia," Midas began, his voice steady and kind. "Today I stand before you, not as a king of gold, but as a man who has learned what truly matters. The curse is broken, and I swear to lead you with fairness, compassion, and devotion to your well-being." He lifted his hand, and no golden flash followed, just the honest gesture of a man renewed. "I will open the royal treasury, as I vowed, to help those in need. Taxes will be eased, and together we will rebuild what was lost. Phrygia will no longer be a kingdom ruled by greed, but one where love and unity prevail." The crowd erupted in cheers, many weeping openly with joy. They had seen their king's transformation, and for the first time in years, they felt hope for a brighter tomorrow. In the months that followed, Midas honored his word. He traveled across the kingdom, listening to his people's struggles and lending aid wherever he could. He tore down the lifeless golden statues in the royal gardens and planted real flowers in their place, vibrant and full of life, often with Zoe at his side. Each day, he relished the simple pleasures he had once overlooked: the taste of bread, the coolness of water, the laughter of his daughter. One quiet afternoon, as he sat with Zoe in the garden, Midas heard the distant trill of a flute. He looked up to see Pan standing beneath a tree, his wild eyes glinting with mischief and approval. "You've done well, Midas," the god said. "You've discovered the real treasure." Midas smiled, pulling Zoe closer. "Yes, Pan, and I'll never forget it." Pan gave a nod, then melted into the breeze, leaving Midas with his daughter and his kingdom. From that day on, the story of King Midas was no longer a cautionary tale of greed, but a legend of redemption, love, and rebirth. Phrygia thrived under his wise and humble reign, and Midas lived out his days in a happiness that no amount of gold could ever rival. Story: Admetus and Alcestis. In the rolling hills of Thessaly, where the sun bathed the land in golden warmth and the rivers sang songs of ancient times, there stood the kingdom of Pherae. It was a place of beauty and bounty, its fields stretching wide under a sky that seemed to touch the heavens. At its heart rose a palace of white stone, its towers gleaming like beacons of hope, and within those walls ruled King Admetus, a man whose name would one day echo through the ages, not for conquest or riches, but for a love so profound it defied the very gods. Admetus was no ordinary king. He was young, with a face that carried the vigor of youth and the wisdom of a soul older than his years. His hair was a cascade of dark curls, his eyes a deep hazel that sparkled with kindness. His people adored him, for he ruled with a gentle hand and a generous heart. Under his care, Pherae flourished. Its markets bustled with traders from distant lands. Its granaries overflowed with harvest, and its children laughed in the streets without fear. Yet what set Admetus apart was not just his benevolence, but a favor bestowed upon him by a god, a favor that would soon test the limits of his world. Years before, when Admetus was still finding his footing as king, the mighty Apollo, god of the sun, music, and prophecy, had walked among mortals, banished from Olympus as punishment for defying Zeus. Apollo was forced to serve a mortal master for a year. Fate led him to Pherae, where Admetus welcomed him not as a servant, but as a guest. The king offered Apollo a place at his table, shared stories by the hearth, and treated him with a respect that softened even the god's divine pride. When Apollo's exile ended, he looked upon Admetus with gratitude and spoke words that would change the king's destiny. "Admetus," Apollo said, his voice resonating like the strum of a lyre, "your kindness has moved me. I cannot grant you immortality that lies beyond my power. But I offer you this: when the day comes that death calls your name, you may live on if another soul willingly takes your place." Admetus bowed low, his heart swelling with awe. "Great Apollo, I'm honored beyond words. I'll cherish this gift and strive to be worthy of it." Apollo smiled, a rare warmth in his golden eyes. Use it wisely, King of Pherae. The threads of fate are not easily untangled. With that, he vanished, leaving behind a promise that lingered like a melody in the air. For years, the prophecy remained a distant thought, a quiet comfort tucked away in Admetus's mind. He married Alcestis, a woman whose beauty was matched only by her grace. She was the daughter of King Pelias of Iolcus, her hair a river of chestnut waves, her eyes a soft green that held the depth of a forest at dawn. But it was her spirit that captured Admetus most, her unwavering loyalty, her gentle strength, her laughter that filled the palace like sunlight. Together, they built a life of joy, raising two children, a son and a daughter, whose voices brought music to their days. Pherae thrived under their reign, and Admetus believed his kingdom was untouchable, blessed by both love and divine favor. But fate, as Apollo had warned, is a fickle weaver. One spring, as the fields bloomed with wildflowers and the air buzzed with the promise of renewal, a shadow fell over Pherae. It began with a dream, Admetus standing alone in a vast empty hall, a cold wind whispering his name. He awoke drenched in sweat, his heart pounding, and though he tried to dismiss it, the unease clung to him like damp cloth. Days later, a seer arrived at the palace, an old woman with eyes clouded by visions and a voice that trembled with truth. King Admetus, she said, her hands clutching a staff carved with ancient runes, the threads of your life draw near their end. Death approaches, swift and certain, unless another takes your place, as Apollo foretold. The words struck Admetus like a blow, stealing the breath from his lungs. He stared at the seer, his mind racing. When? He managed to ask, his voice barely above a whisper. Soon, she replied. The signs are clear. The crows gather at dusk. The winds carry a chill no fire can warm. You have days, perhaps weeks, to find a willing soul. Admetus dismissed her with a nod, his thoughts a storm of fear and disbelief. That night, he stood on the palace balcony, gazing at the stars as if they might offer answers. Alcestis joined him, her presence a quiet comfort, her hand slipping into his. What troubles you, my love? She asked, her voice soft but steady. He hesitated, then told her everything. The prophecy, the seer's warning, the shadow creeping closer. Alcestis listened, her face calm, though her grip tightened on his hand. We'll face this together, she said. There must be someone who'll stand for you. The next morning, Admetus began his search. He called upon his parents first, Pheres and his queen, who lived in a modest villa beyond the palace walls. They were old, their hair silvered by time, their steps slow with age. Admetus knelt before them, his voice thick with emotion. Father, mother, you've lived long and full lives. I beg you, one of you, take my place, so I may continue to lead Pherae and raise my children. Pheres shook his head, his eyes clouded with regret. My son, I love you, but I've no years left to give. I've tasted life's joys and sorrows. Why should I hasten my end for you? His mother echoed the sentiment, her voice trembling. I carried you, Admetus, but I'm weary. Death is my rest, not my sacrifice. Their refusal cut deep, but Admetus swallowed his disappointment and turned to his friends. He sought out Eumelus, a warrior who'd fought beside him in youth, and Melanthius, a poet who'd sung his praises. One by one they came, their faces etched with sympathy, but none would yield. I have a family of my own, Eumelus said. My children need me. Melanthius offered only a sad smile. I'd give you my words, my king, but not my breath. Days passed, and the palace grew heavy with silence. Admetus wandered its halls, his hope fading with each refusal. The seer's words haunted him. Death was near, its shadow lengthening over Phyrae. He sat by the hearth one evening, staring into the flames. When Alcestis entered, she wore a simple gown, her hair loose, but there was a resolve in her eyes that stopped his heart. Admetus, she said, kneeling beside him. I've heard the whispers, seen the fear in your face. No one else will do this, but I will. He stared at her, disbelief warring with dread. No, Alcestis, you can't. You're my wife, the mother of our children. I won't let you. She took his hands, her touch warm and firm. You're more than a king to me. You're my life. If I can give you more years, more time with our son and daughter, then it's a gift I'll gladly offer. I love you too much to watch you fade. Tears welled in Admetus's eyes, his voice breaking. But what about me? How do I live without you? How do I face our children, knowing you're gone because of me? Alcestis smiled, a tear slipping down her cheek. You'll live for them, for Phyrae, for the man I know you are, and I'll be with you, always, in every sunrise, every laugh. Let me do this, Admetus. Let me save you. He pulled her into his arms, sobbing into her hair, unable to argue against the depth of her love. The palace seemed to hold its breath, the fire crackling softly as husband and wife clung to each other, their fates entwined in a moment of unbearable beauty. Alcestis had made her choice, and though it shattered Admetus's heart, he knew he couldn't take it from her. Death would come, but it would claim her instead, and in that act, she would give him life. The palace of Phyrae stood silent in the days following Alcestis's decision, as if the very stones held their breath, awaiting the inevitable. The air grew thick with a stillness that pressed against the walls, a quiet so deep it seemed to swallow the usual hum of life, the clatter of servants, the laughter of children, the distant songs of shepherds in the fields. Admetus moved through this hush, like a man caught in a dream, his every step heavy with the weight of what was to come. Alcestis, his beloved wife, had chosen to die in his place, and though her resolve shone like a beacon, it cast a shadow of grief over his heart that no light could pierce. The morning of her sacrifice dawned gray and somber, the sky draped in clouds that mirrored the sorrow below. Alcestis rose early, slipping from the bed she shared with Admetus, while he slept fitfully, his brow furrowed even in rest. She stood before a polished bronze mirror in their chamber, her reflection gazing back with a calm that belied the storm within. She chose her finest gown, a flowing garment of deep blue, embroidered with silver threads that shimmered like stars. It was the dress she'd worn on their wedding day, a symbol of the love that had bound them through years of joy and trial. She brushed her chestnut hair until it fell in soft waves, then wove a crown of wildflowers, white narcissus and purple hyacinth, into the strands, a quiet tribute to the life she was leaving behind. Admetus awoke to find her standing there, radiant and resolute, and his breath caught in his throat. Alcestis, he whispered, rising to his feet. You look like a goddess. She turned to him, her green eyes glistening with unshed tears. I want you to remember me like this, she said, her voice steady, despite the tremble in her hands. Not in sorrow, but in love. He crossed the room in 2 strides, pulling her into his arms. I can't do this, he said, his words muffled against her hair. I can't let you go. There has to be another way. She pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the frantic beat of his heart. There isn't, she replied softly, and I wouldn't change it if there were. You're my husband, my king, my everything. Let me give you this. He clung to her, tears streaming down his face, but her words were a wall he couldn't breach. She pulled back, cupping his cheeks with gentle hands. Promise me you'll be strong. For our children. For Fire. Promise me you'll live. I promise, he choked out, though the words felt like shards in his throat. But I'll never stop missing you. She smiled, a fragile, beautiful thing, and kissed him, a kiss that held all the years they'd shared, all the love that would endure beyond her departure. Then she stepped away, her resolve hardening like steel, and walked to the children's chambers. Eumelus, their son, was 7, with his father's dark curls and a spirit as bold as the wind. Fire, their daughter, was 5, her eyes a mirror of her mother's. Wide and curious, they sat on their beds, sensing the weight of the day, though they couldn't fully grasp it. Alcestis knelt before them, pulling them close. My darlings, she said, her voice trembling for the first time. I have to go away for a while, but your father will be here, and he'll take care of you. Be brave for him, and for me. Eumelus frowned, his small hands clutching her gown. Where are you going, Mama? To a place where I can watch over you, she said, brushing a tear from his cheek. You won't see me, but I'll always be near. Fury tilted her head, her voice a whisper. Will you come back? Alcestis swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Someday, in a way. Until then, take care of each other. She kissed their foreheads, lingering, as if to imprint their warmth into her soul, then stood, and left the room before her. Strength faltered. The palace courtyard was chosen for the moment of her sacrifice, a place where the sky met the earth, where the gods could witness her act. Admetus had ordered it adorned with flowers and incense, a futile attempt to soften the harshness of what was to come. The people of Phirai gathered, their faces etched with grief, their whispers a mournful chorus. Alcestis walked among them, her head held high, her blue gown trailing like a river behind her. Admetus followed, his steps unsteady, his hands clenched at his sides. At the center of the courtyard stood a simple altar, draped in white cloth and surrounded by offerings, bread, wine, and olive branches, meant to honor the gods and ease Alcestis's passage. She knelt before it, her hands clasped in prayer. Hestia, goddess of hearth and home, she murmured, protect my family when I'm gone. Apollo, who gave Admetus this chance, guide him with your light. And Hades, lord of the underworld, be gentle with me as I enter your realm. The air grew colder, a sudden chill that silenced the crowd. A shadow coalesced at the edge of the courtyard. Thanatos, the god of death, his form cloaked in darkness, his eyes hollow pools of eternity. He carried no scythe or chains, only a presence that drained the warmth from the world. Alcestis, wife of Admetus, he rasped, his voice like the rustle of fallen leaves. Your time has come. You've chosen to take his place, and I honor your will. Admetus stepped forward, his voice raw with desperation. Wait, please, Thanatos. Take me instead. She's too good, too precious. I'll go willingly. Thanatos turned his gaze on him, unyielding. The choice is hers, not yours. Step back, King of Pherae, or you'll anger the fates. Alcestis rose, facing Thanatos with a courage that belied her trembling frame. She turned to Admetus one last time, her eyes locking with his. Live, my love, she said, her voice clear and strong. For me. Then she took Thanatos' outstretched hand, and the world seemed to dim. A gasp rippled through the crowd as Alcestis' body went limp, her spirit slipping free like a bird released from a cage. She crumpled to the ground, her gown pooling around her, the wildflower crown slipping from her hair. Thanatos vanished with her soul, leaving only silence in his wake. Admetus fell to his knees beside her, a cry tearing from his throat, a sound of anguish so raw it echoed through the hills of Thessaly. The people wept, their queen's sacrifice a wound they all felt. Servants rushed to cover her body with a silken shroud, but Admetus waved them away, cradling her in his arms. Her skin was still warm, her face peaceful, as if she'd simply fallen asleep. Alcestis, he whispered, rocking her gently. Why did it have to be you? The palace mourned as night fell, torches flickering like stars against the darkness. Admetus carried Alcestis to their chamber, laying her on the bed they'd shared, unable to let her go. The children crept in, clinging to their father, their small sobs mingling with his. Pheres' court stood vigil, their voices raised in songs of loss and honor, but Admetus heard none of it. He was lost in a sea of guilt and gratitude, torn between the life she'd given him and the emptiness she'd left behind. Outside, the wind howled, carrying the scent of her wildflowers into the night. Alcestis was gone, her sacrifice complete, and Pherae would never be the same. Yet in the depths of Admetus's despair, a spark of her love remained, a flame that would guide him through the days ahead, even as he grappled with the cost of her choice. The dawn that followed Alcestis' sacrifice broke over Pherae with a cruel indifference, the sun rising as if nothing had changed. Its golden rays spilled across the palace, glinting off the white stone walls, but inside, a gloom hung heavy, unbroken by light or warmth. The courtyard, once alive with the murmur of mourners, stood empty now, strewn with wilted flowers and the faint scent of incense that lingered like a ghost. Admetus sat in the great hall, alone on his throne, his eyes fixed on the floor, where Alcestis' shroud had rested just hours before. Her absence was a void that swallowed sound and color, leaving him adrift in a world that felt hollow without her. The palace servants moved quietly, their steps muffled as they prepared for the rites to honor their fallen queen. The children, Eumelus and Pherae, had been taken to their chambers by a nursemaid, their small voices silenced by exhaustion and grief. Admetus had sent word to the kingdom. There would be no feasting, no songs, only a solemn procession to lay Alcestis to rest at dusk. Yet even as he issued the orders, his heart rebelled against them. How could he bury her, the woman who'd given her life for his, when every fiber of his being screamed to hold her close forever? He was lost in these thoughts, his hands clenched on the arms of his throne, when a shadow fell across the hall's entrance. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the stillness. steady, and purposeful, and Admetus looked up to see a figure striding toward him. The man was a mountain of muscle and resolve, his broad shoulders draped in a lion's pelt, his hair a wild tangle of brown curls. His eyes, bright and piercing, carried a spark of a mirth that seemed out of place in the mournful air. It was Hercules, the greatest hero of Greece, a man whose name roared through legends like thunder through the mountains. Admetus straightened, forcing a mask of composure over his ravaged features. Hercules was no stranger to Pheray. He'd passed through before, a wanderer on his path of labors, and Admetus had always welcomed him with open arms. The king rose, his voice hoarse but steady. Hercules, my friend, you've come at an unexpected time. What brings you to Pheray? Hercules grinned, a broad, easy smile that lit the room. Admetus, I'm on my way to wrestle some beast or another. Zeus's latest chore. You know how it goes. But I couldn't pass by without stopping to see the best host in Thessaly. Got any of that fine wine left, or have you drunk it all in my absence? The words, meant to lighten the mood, struck Admetus like a misaimed arrow. He flinched, his gaze dropping, but he quickly recovered, clinging to the duty of hospitality that had once earned him Apollo's favor. Of course, he said, forcing a faint smile. The palace is yours as always. Come sit. I'll have the servants bring food and drink. Hercules clapped him on the shoulders, a gesture of camaraderie that nearly buckled Admetus's knees, and strode to a nearby table. That's the spirit. I've been trudging through dust and heat all day. Nothing like a good meal to set me right. Admetus signaled to the servants, who hurried to obey despite the heaviness in their steps. Soon, the hall filled with the clatter of trays. Platters of roasted lamb, fresh bread, olives gleaming with oil, and a jug of ruby red wine. Hercules settled in, tearing into the food with the gusto of a man who'd faced giants and lived to tell the tale. He regaled Admetus with stories, how he'd wrestled the Nemean lion, how he'd outfoxed the Hydra's snapping heads, his laughter booming through the hall like a drumbeat. Admetus sat across from him, nodding at the right moments, pouring wine when Hercules's cup ran low. He played the part of the gracious host, but his heart was a stone sinking deeper with every forced smile. The hero's joy grated against his sorrow, a stark reminder of the life Alcestis had traded for his own. Yet he said nothing, unwilling to burden his guest with the truth. Hospitality was sacred in Pheray, a bond he wouldn't break, not even now, when his world lay in pieces. The servants, however, were less skilled at hiding their grief. As they moved through the hall, their eyes were red-rimmed, their hands trembling as they refilled the wine. Hercules, for all his boisterousness, was no fool. He paused mid-story, a chunk of bread halfway to his mouth, and squinted at the nearest servant, a young woman named Chloe, whose cheeks were streaked with tears she couldn't wipe away fast enough. What's this? Hercules asked, his tone shifting from jovial to curious. You lot look like you've seen a ghost. What's going on, Admetus? You're pale as marble, and these folks are crying into the wine. Admetus hesitated, his throat tightening. It's nothing, he lied, his voice barely steady. A small trouble. Nothing to spoil your visit. Hercules set the bread down, leaning forward, his gaze sharpening. Nothing, huh? I've faced enough liars to know one when I see him. Come on, out with it. I'm your friend, not some stranger passing through. Chloe, unable to bear the weight of silence, broke first. Forgive me, my lord, she blurted, her voice cracking. But it's the queen. Alcestis. She, she's gone. She gave her life for the king yesterday. Took his place when death came calling. The hall fell silent, the air thick with the echo of her words. Hercules's eyes widened, his hand freezing on the wine jug. He turned to Admetus, who sat rigid, staring at the table, as if it might swallow him whole. Is this true? Hercules asked, his voice low, all traces of mirth gone. Admetus nodded, unable to meet his gaze. Yes, he whispered. Apollo gave me a gift. If someone died in my stead, I could live. No one would take my place. Not my parents, not my friends. Only Alcestis. She chose me over herself. Hercules leaned back, his massive frame still as stone, processing the weight of it. Then he rose, his chair scraping against the floor, and crossed to Admetus in 2 strides. He gripped the king's shoulders, forcing him to look up. You let her do that, he asked, not accusingly, but with a raw intensity that demanded truth. I tried to stop her, Admetus said, his voice breaking. I begged her, but she wouldn't listen. She said she loved me too much to let me go. And now she's gone, and I'm still here, drowning in it. Hercules's grip tightened, then softened. He sank to one knee, bringing himself eye to eye with Admetus. You're a good man, Admetus, he said, his tone firm but kind. Too good, maybe, hiding this so I wouldn't feel it. But Alcestis, that's a woman worth fighting for. She gave you everything, and I'll be darned if I let that be the end of it. Admetus blinked, confusion cutting through his grief. What do you mean? Hercules stood, a fire igniting in his eyes. I mean, I'm going to fix this. I've wrestled monsters, dragged rivers from their beds, faced down the worst the gods can throw at me. Death's just another challenge, and I don't lose. I'm going to the underworld, Admetus. I'll bring her back. The king stared, hope flickering in his chest, like a fragile flame. Hercules, you can't. Thanatos won't let her go. It's impossible. Impossible. Hercules laughed, a sound that shook the hall. I eat impossible for breakfast. You've been a friend to me, and Alcestis deserves more than a shroud. Trust me. I'll get her, or I won't come back. Before Admetus could protest, Hercules grabbed his lion-skin cloak and strode toward the door, his steps ringing with purpose. The servants parted before him, their eyes wide with awe. Admetus rose, torn between disbelief and a desperate yearning. Hercules! Wait! He called. But the hero was already gone, a whirlwind of strength and resolve, vanishing into the dawn. The palace buzzed with whispers as the news spread. Hercules, the mighty son of Zeus, had vowed to defy death itself for their queen. Admetus sank back onto his throne, his hands trembling. Could it be true? Could Alcestis return? For the first time since her sacrifice, a sliver of light pierced the darkness of his soul, fragile but real, kindled by the unbreakable bond of friendship. The sun had barely crested the hills of Thessaly when Hercules set out from Pheræ, his lion-skin cloak slung over his shoulders and a fire blazing in his chest. The palace gates clanged shut behind him, but the echoes of his promise lingered in the air, a lifeline tossed to a kingdom drowning in grief. Admetus stood on the balcony, watching the hero's broad figure vanish into the morning mist, his heart a battlefield of hope and doubt. Hercules was a force of nature, a man who'd tamed rivers and slain beasts that haunted nightmares. But death was no mortal foe. Could even he wrest Alcestis from the grip of the underworld? Hercules moved with the relentless stride of a man who'd never known defeat. His path led him westward, toward the shadowed cliffs, where the river Acheron carved its mournful course through the earth. Legends whispered of a hidden entrance there, a jagged maw in the rock where the living could descend to Hades' realm, if they dared. The air grew colder as he approached, the wind carrying a bitter tang of ash and sorrow. Birds fell silent, their songs replaced by the low wail of the river, and the ground beneath his feet turned hard and gray, as if life itself had drained away. At the cliff's edge, he found it, a crevice veiled by twisted vines, its depths swallowing the light. Hercules paused, peering into the darkness, then grinned. "Well, old friend," he muttered to himself, patting the lion pelt. "Looks like we're going hunting again." With a deep breath, he gripped the rocky edge and lowered himself into the abyss, his massive frame disappearing as the underworld claimed him. The descent was a journey through shadow and stone, a tunnel that spiraled downward like the coils of a serpent. The walls glistened with moisture, their surfaces etched with faint carvings, faces of the dead frozen in silent screams. Hercules' torch, lit from a flint in his pack, cast flickering light across the passage, revealing bones scattered like forgotten relics. The air thickened with a chill that seeped into his bones, but he pressed on, undaunted. He'd faced worse: Cerberus's snarling jaws, the Hydra's venomous breath, and this was just another labor, a test of strength and will. At last, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern, the heart of Hades' domain. Before him stretched a landscape of despair, a gray plain crisscrossed by rivers of black water, their currents sluggish and mournful. The Styx wound through the distance, its surface shimmering with an oily sheen, while the Lethe flowed silently, promising oblivion to those who drank. Shades drifted across the expanse, their forms translucent, their voices a chorus of whispers that tugged at Hercules' ears. Above, a ceiling of jagged stalactites loomed, dripping with a sound like tears falling into an endless well. Hercules planted his feet, scanning the gloom for his quarry. "Thanatos!" he bellowed, his voice a thunderclap that rolled through the cavern. "Show yourself. I've come for Alcestis, and I'm not leaving without her." The shades flinched at the sound, scattering like leaves in a storm, but the underworld held its breath. Then, from the shadows near the Styx, a figure emerged: Thanatos, the god of death. He was no skeletal wraith, but a being of cold elegance, his cloak a shroud of midnight, his skin pale as moonlight on frost. His eyes were hollow, twin voids that seemed to drink in the light, and his presence carried a weight that pressed against Hercules' chest. In his hand, he held a faint, glowing thread, the soul of Alcestis, tethered to him like a captive star. "Hercules," Thanatos rasped, his voice a dry wind through dead branches. "You trespass where no living man belongs. Alcestis chose her fate. She's mine now, her life for Admetus's, a bargain sealed." Hercules squared his shoulders, his fists clenching. "She's a hero, not a prize for your collection. Admetus is my friend, and I won't let her sacrifice end in shadows. Hand her over, or we'll see how tough you really are." Thanatos tilted his head, a flicker of amusement in his hollow gaze. You think strength can defy death? Many have tried, none have won. But if you insist, come and take her. With a roar, Hercules charged, his muscles rippling as he closed the distance. Thanatos didn't flinch, raising a hand to summon a wave of shadow that surged toward the hero. It struck like a tide, cold and suffocating, but Hercules pushed through, his sheer will a shield against the darkness. He reached Thanatos and swung a fist, aiming for the god's chest, but his hand passed through as if striking mist. Thanatos laughed, a low, chilling sound, and darted back, the thread of Alcestis's soul trailing behind him. You can't hit what you can't touch, Thanatos taunted, weaving through the cavern with unnatural speed. He lashed out with tendrils of shadow, each one snapping like a whip. One caught Hercules' arm, leaving a sting of ice, but he shook it off, his eyes locked on the glowing thread. Then I'll grab what I can, Hercules shouted. He lunged again, this time aiming not for Thanatos' form, but for the soul itself. His fingers brushed the thread, and a jolt of warmth shot through him. Alcestis's essence, vibrant even in death. Thanatos hissed, pulling back, but Hercules held fast, his grip like iron. The struggle became a test of endurance, a dance of power and defiance. Thanatos summoned gusts of frigid wind, battering Hercules with force that would have felled a lesser man. The hero staggered, but didn't yield, his feet digging into the ground as he tugged at the thread. She's not yours, he growled, his voice raw with effort. She's Admetus's, his wife, his heart. Let her go. Thanatos's form flickered, his composure cracking. You dare challenge the order of things? He snarled, his shadows coiling tighter. But Hercules was relentless, his strength a tide that even death couldn't stem. He yanked the thread free, and with a final, earth-shaking roar, he drove his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave that shattered Thanatos' hold. The god stumbled, his cloak billowing as he retreated into the darkness. Take her then, he spat, his voice fading. But know this, death yields only once. With that, he vanished, leaving the cavern silent, save for the echo of his words. Hercules caught his breath, the glowing thread cradled in his hands. It pulsed with life, and as he held it, a faint figure took shape. Alcestis, her form translucent but unmistakable. Her blue gown shimmered, her wildflower crown intact, and her green eyes opened, meeting his with a mix of wonder and gratitude. Hercules, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread of sound. He grinned, exhaustion etched into his features, but triumph shining through. That's me. Come on, Alcestis, Admetus is waiting. She nodded, her form steadying as he guided her back through the tunnel. The ascent was grueling, the weight of the underworld pressing against them. But Hercules' resolve never wavered. He carried her soul like a torch, its light cutting through the gloom, until at last they emerged into the living world. The sun blazed overhead, the air sweet with the scent of grass and freedom, and Alcestis' spirit shimmered, ready to reclaim her body. Hercules set his sights on Pheere, his steps lighter now, driven by the promise of reunion. He'd faced death and won, not for glory, but for friendship, for a love that deserved to endure. The palace loomed ahead, and with it, the final chapter of this extraordinary tale. The sun hung low over Thessaly, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose as Hercules trudged back toward Phere. His lion-skin cloak was streaked with the dust of the underworld, his broad frame weary from the battle with Thanatos, but his eyes gleamed with a quiet triumph. In his hands, he cradled the glowing thread of Alcestis's soul, a fragile light that pulsed with life, a promise kept against impossible odds. Beside him, her translucent form walked, her blue gown shimmering faintly, her wildflower crown a delicate crown of hope. She was silent, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the palace awaited, but Hercules could feel her presence, a warmth that defied the chill of death's realm. The journey back was swift, driven by the hero's unyielding resolve. The fields of Phere stretched before them, golden and serene, a stark contrast to the gray desolation they'd left behind. As they neared the palace gates, the first signs of life stirred. Shepherd pausing with his flock, a child peering from a window, their faces lighting with recognition. "It's Hercules," a voice called, and soon a ripple of whispers spread, carrying the news like wildfire through the streets. The people of Phere emerged from their homes, their eyes wide with wonder, daring to hope for the miracle they scarcely believed possible. Inside the palace, Admetus sat in the great hall, his throne a cold comfort. The day had dragged on, each hour a weight pressing against his chest. He'd sent the children to rest, unable to bear their questions. Where's Mama? Will she come back? And now he was alone, staring at the empty space where Alcestis had once stood. Her shroud lay folded on a table nearby, a silent reminder of her sacrifice, and his hands trembled as he traced its edge. Hercules' promise echoed in his mind, a fragile thread of faith he clung to, but doubt gnawed at him. Could anyone, even the mighty Hercules, defy death and win? The sound of commotion outside broke his reverie. Shouts, footsteps, a swell of voices rising like a tide. Admetus stood, his heart pounding, and moved to the hall's entrance just as the doors swung open. There stood Hercules, his massive frame filling the doorway, his grin wide and unshakable. Behind him, a figure shimmered into view, Alcestis, her soul glowing with a soft radiance, her eyes meeting Admetus's with a love that transcended words. "Admetus," Hercules boomed, stepping aside. "I told you I'd bring her back. Here she is, your queen, safe and sound." Admetus froze, his breath catching as he took in the sight of her. "Alcestis," he whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. He stumbled forward, his legs weak, and reached for her, his hands passing through her translucent form. Tears welled in his eyes, a sob breaking free. "Is it really you?" She nodded, her smile faint but radiant. "It's me, my love. Hercules fought for me. For us." Admetus turned to Hercules, his voice thick with emotion. "How? How did you do this?" Hercules shrugged, a playful glint in his eye. "Wrestled death himself. Thanatos didn't stand a chance. Took some muscle and a lot of stubbornness, but I got her soul back. Now let's finish this." He gestured to the shroud, and Admetus understood. With trembling hands, he lifted it from the table and carried it to the chamber where Alcestis's body lay, preserved by the palace healers, with herbs and oils. Hercules followed, Alcestis's soul trailing behind like a gentle flame. The room was dim, lit only by a single torch, and her body rested on the bed, peaceful and still, her wildflower crown beside her. Hercules stepped forward, his voice softening. This part's up to her. She's got to step back in, soul to body, like putting on a coat. Go on, Alcestis. She hesitated, her gaze lingering on Admetus. I'll be weak at first, she warned, her voice a whisper. But I'll come back to you. Do it, Admetus urged, his hands clasped as if in prayer. Please. Alcestis moved to her body, her form aligning with it like a shadow finding its source. The glowing thread pulsed once, twice, then dissolved into her, and a soft light enveloped her still figure. The air shimmered, the torch flaring brighter, and then her chest rose, a shallow breath breaking the silence. Her eyes fluttered open, green and alive, and she gasped, her hands reaching instinctively for Admetus. He was at her side in an instant, pulling her into his arms. Alcestis, he cried, his tears falling freely as he pressed her close. She was warm, real, her heartbeat a steady rhythm against his own. You're here. You're really here. I told you I'd do it again if I had to, she murmured, her voice weak but steady, her fingers tangling in his hair. I love you, Admetus. He laughed through his sobs, a sound of pure joy that echoed through the chamber. And I love you, more than I can ever say. Hercules watched, his grin softening into a rare, quiet smile. Looks like my work's done, he said, stepping back. You two take care of each other. Admetus turned to him, still holding Alcestis. Hercules, I owe you everything. How can I repay you? The hero waved a hand, already heading for the door. Keep that wine stocked for my next visit. That's plenty. Besides, friendship doesn't need debts. With a final nod, he strode out, his footsteps fading as the palace erupted into celebration. The news spread like sunlight, breaking through clouds. Servants rushed to spread the word, and soon the courtyard filled with the people of Pheræ, their cheers rising into the night. Eumelus and Pheræ ran to their parents, clinging to Alcestis with wide-eyed wonder, their laughter a balm to her weary soul. She held them close, her strength returning with each passing moment, and Admetus stood beside her, his arm around her waist, marveling at the miracle before him. That evening, as the stars emerged, Pheræ held a feast, not of mourning, but of joy. Tables groaned under the weight of food, roasted meats, fresh fruits, golden bread, and music filled the air, a melody of harps and flutes that danced through the halls. Alcestis, though still pale, sat beside Admetus, her hand in his, her presence a beacon that drew every eye. The people toasted her courage, her love, and Hercules' valor, their voices a chorus of gratitude. But amid the revelry, Admetus felt a shift within himself. He looked at Alcestis, at the children laughing beside her, and a truth settled deep in his bones. Her sacrifice had saved him, yes, but it had also revealed a flaw he hadn't seen, his willingness to let others bear his burdens, to accept her death rather than fight for another way. Hercules' act of friendship had shown him something more. Love wasn't just about receiving, but about giving, about standing up for those who stood for you. Later, as the feast wound down and the palace grew quiet, Admetus led Alcestis to their balcony. The night was cool, the sky a tapestry of stars, and they stood together, her head resting on his shoulder. I almost lost you, he said, his voice low, and I let you go too easily. I won't make that mistake again. She squeezed his hand, her eyes reflecting the starlight. You didn't let me go. You honored my choice. But now we're here, together. That's what matters. He nodded, a vow forming in his heart. From now on, I'll protect you, our family, our people, not just with my life, but with everything I am. You gave me a second chance, and I'll live it for you. Alcestis smiled, her strength returning in the warmth of his words. And I'll live it with you. Or they stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, as Phyre slept below, its wounds healing under the glow of their love. The tale of Admetus and Alcestis would live on, a story of sacrifice, friendship, and the lessons that bind a heart to another, stronger than death itself.